people that are helping us, to engage better with students as they are critical component. We are here because of the students. So it is quite important that we also acknowledge the student leadership. We have FAPSA, we also have officials from our institutions. All of you guys are welcome and thank you very much. We know there's still a bit of a road ahead of us so that we are able to perfect the work that we have started as NSFAS. I'd like to welcome each and every landlord here who graced us with their presence. I would request my team to continuously update me as and when our stakeholders register. Colleagues, the purpose, whilst Mr. Nomvalo, as our first speaker, is preparing to come up, as I indicated, is just to open up a space. We are aware, acutely aware, of the challenges that we have been faced as the organization. We are continuing to weather the storm so that at least we come out victoriously. We are here to show face and to confirm and to instill confidence in you to say we're still here. We are committed to ensure that this project becomes a success. We have seen the gains through the project, but we've also seen the challenges through the project. And we are here to listen and also give you feedback, but also importantly, you give us feedback so that as we start the academic year, we are aligned. Also, I must acknowledge the task team. We do have members of the task team who are also in our midst. They are helping us quite a lot. You may be aware that the administrator has established this task team so that we are aligned. All stakeholders are aligned, from university, NSFAS, the department, the landlords represented here, because we cannot on an everyday basis be able to interact with you directly. But through this task team, we are hopeful that the message will be communicated. So having said that, colleagues, may I ask that when we engage, we allow each and everyone who wish to make an input and we listen, and so that we are able to assist one another. There is no stupid question or there is no ill-informed input. We are here to benefit from each other. So we will allow for that environment, and I'm really, really hopeful, looking at your beautiful faces here, that you will allow for this environment to help us learn better and understand better this complex space of student accommodation. Having said that, well, allow me to welcome Mr. Nomvalo to the podium so that he can then start to welcome everybody in the midst, and then we can engage with his presentation if there are any issues of clarity. Please, a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sibongile. And thank you for clapping, because chances are when I finish speaking, there will be very few people willing to clap. So if I get it in advance, it's helpful. This being the Women's Month and knowing the issues of gender-based violence in our country, knowing the plight of women, including some of our students that occupy accommodation, that find themselves being abused, violated, and mistreated. May we all stand and observe a moment of silence for that. Thank you. You may sit here. The issue of gender-based violence is a heavy subject. To to avoid me crying, I will stop there. I want to recognize amongst us the colleagues from SAFETA and SAUS. The word NSFAS, after national, is students. So the most important thing that brings us together are the students. Therefore, we really appreciate that they were able to take time and join us today. I want to recognize our colleagues from USAF, SASAP, SACPO, FAPSA, and others I may have not identified from the entire PSET system. In May, we met in Pretoria. In fact, I tripped on myself yesterday when I was responding to a question. In fact, we met in Pretoria in Irene. And at the end of that meeting, we set up a task team. We agreed that we'll set up a task team. And we've set up that task team to help us think through the issues that affect student accommodation throughout the country. We were as committed and determined then that we don't possess all the knowledge as officials at NSFAS as we are today. And the roadshow is one such illustration. So the colleagues from the task team, we really appreciate taking your time and working with us to find answers. The work gets easier. My father used to say that if we are not united as a family, it will be easy for our enemies to divide us and weaken us. I want to believe that all of us in this hall, what unites us are the students that we will seek to serve. Of course, for the accommodation providers, they make an investment and they must get a return on their investment. But the most important issue is that they make available accommodation for students in order for those students to improve the lot of their lives. So I want to greet you as accommodation providers, as partners in this journey. And also there may be prospective landlords in our midst. Hopefully at the end of the day they will see that this is an area in which an investment is needed, and therefore there's an opportunity for economic benefit. The advisors that are here, Nolita and Mpo, they are the advisors to me as administrator. I want to emphasize this, that the scary thing about being an administrator is that you are a one-man team. If I was a woman, it would have been a one-woman team. So the decision-making process does become tricky. So you need to have a sounding board. You need to have a reflection point that enables you to process issues in a way that is sensible. So the advisory team helps me with that. The executives from NSFAS, there's a lot of work to be done, colleagues, and I have no doubt that what we're going to be experiencing today will be adding to that work, as well as the support staff from NSFAS. So I first want to thank that support staff for really going out of their way to prepare for today. There may be areas in which we fall short. We are human. You will pardon us for those, but I think really, really they've done a good job to put this event together. And thank you very much to them. Can we give them a round of applause? So, starting the conversation on a Women's Month, I'm reminded that the profession in which I belong, which is the accountancy profession, my recent job was as a CEO of the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. And issues of transformation were very important to us. So I went back to say, when did we of a darker skin color get exposed to this profession, and how did it embrace us? And in the search of understanding this, I got back to around about early 50s, where a young fellow from the Caribbean islands moved to the UK and chose this as a career and qualified and had to go and do his traineeship. Got to this firm, which was an all-white firm. All the partners were white, but they had also, over the years, accepted women into the profession. First woman to be accepted into the profession generally, globally, was in South Africa in 1917, Miss Kruger. But the first woman to qualify was in the UK in 1891. But they admitted that woman into the profession only in 1920, 3 years after South Africa did. And from then onwards, the plight of women in the profession changed. Then comes to the 50s. This young fellow, Lancelot Reynolds from the Caribbean islands, finds himself in the UK, finds himself in this company, and he needs to be admitted as a, first appointed as a trainee. All the male partners voted against his appointment. All the female partners voted for his appointment. And the rest is history, because then the exposure of the profession globally began to take a different shape. So as we meet to discuss the issues of student accommodation in the Women's Month, and seeing that there's so many women amongst us who have ventured into this area, it is highly appreciated. The work NSFAS does seeks to embed transformation in our country, seeks to change the fortunes of the most disadvantaged in our society. So the partnership with yourselves, and especially the women folk amongst yourselves, is an important one and an encouraging one. So we're at the beginning of a journey that I believe and hope from the bottom of my heart that it will outlive us. That at least once in a while, NSFAS will come together with accommodation providers and deliberate on matters of common interest. I hope that of all the things we change, the opening of doors, the opening of opportunity for engagement doesn't become a casualty. It will be a sad day if that happens. So I'm talking to you today knowing that the payments for the current month have been delayed in some instances, and this team is working very hard to make sure that that happens. And we are committing going forward that all of the payments will be made on time. And I'll talk to some of the issues that we've been picking up over time as we're dealing with this issue. So I just reflected on the importance of NSFAS to the country. And NSFAS in different forms has been in existence for at least 33 years and has benefited at least 7 million kids. But also it has grown from a meager 57 million budget to a 50 billion budget. So which means we are now able to accommodate more kids from disadvantaged communities. What we realize is that if we work well together with yourselves, create an environment in the places that you make available for our children that is conducive to learning, that will really be so instrumental in driving transformation in the country, because more kids will qualify and more kids will be able to pull their families out of the scourge of poverty. So we engage with you appreciating that role, but also we engage with yourselves knowing that in our small way, we are enabling local economies to grow. And yet, our mandate is purely about funding students. So that support of the local economies is important to us, because then it creates an opportunity that the rest of the country can be uplifted through that. So as we undertake these roadshows, and why we even thought of the roadshows, when I assumed the responsibility of administrator, so when you talk, please don't feel compelled to say administrator, because I then tend to feel like you're talking to some animal. Just Mr. Nomvalo or Freeman will do. That humanizes me. That makes me one of us in the room. But if the title is always there, it sort of makes some difference. So since I assumed this responsibility, there were countless calls, and from some quarters, even threats of violence, because accommodation providers were frustrated, because accommodation providers had not been paid for months, and in some instances, when then the issues get queried, the information doesn't quite tie in with the information that is at NSFAS, which adds to the further frustration, and then a person says, I have not been paid for 5 months, and the first response I'm getting is the one that says my information is inaccurate. So that means for all of the 5 months that I've accommodated these kids, I've wasted my money. This is not a nice position to be in, no matter who you are. And it is for that reason that we felt we should come face to face with yourselves, hear you out in terms of the challenges that you face, but also hear you out in terms of what you think can be done to make our relationship work better. All of that would really help. So the pilot project that we had was implemented, and there's a lot of lessons that we've drawn from it over time. I believe strongly that whatever you do, even in the failures that we experience, we grow because we learn things not to do again. If we repeat the same mistake, then there's something wrong with us. So the pilot project, having brought some difficulties in some instances, but by the way, there are areas, I think it was in Mpumalanga, somebody from Mpumalanga that was commenting and saying, yes, there were problems with the pilot project, but we've actually seen how it has helped in our area. So from area to area, the experiences have been different. But there are issues that we have seen where it has worked well. So we were worried about the plight of the accommodation providers, as I've already explained. But the second day in the office as administrator, I met with students, Safeza and Saus. Mhlekazi is in the room here. And he said in uncertain terms, he said, we want accommodation of high quality. He says, NSFAS, whatever you do, make sure that the accommodation that you make available to us is the accommodation that is conducive to a learning process, i.e. accommodation of high quality. But they also raised really depressing news about the security of some of the accommodations. And in some instances, regrettably, accommodation landlords who are giving a bad name to other landlords. Because I have no doubt that the majority of landlords really want the system to work. But those few then that tend to get out of line and do things in a manner that is unbecoming is really, really a tragic situation. We got a voice note yesterday that was sent to Mpo. Somebody complaining about this issue of abuse of women, a different context. But students also told us that in some instances, girl children get violated by the landlords. Now, it is really something that must never be allowed to happen. Because instead of focusing on the conversation that is positive, that helps us to find answers to this issue, we will be distracted by those. So we hope that we can work together to expose some of those unbecoming elements so that we can then focus on growing this sector properly. In 2017, the Ministry, Department of Higher Education and Training, issued a document, I don't know what it was called, but it has minimum norms and standards for student accommodation. There's some tweaks that might be done to that document. If you try and comply with that document, you are providing at least an accommodation that is said to be of the right standard, that is conducive to a learning process. I did not hear of this practice in KZN, so when I talk about it, please don't look around and say, maybe it's my neighbor here. It's not. When the accreditation process happens, apparently in some province, they take furniture from their friends who are accommodation providers who've got better furniture. They pass it because they know the accreditation official is coming on that day. They put it there, display nicely, take pictures. You leave, and the furniture leaves. So you allocate students because you believe that the accommodation is of the right quality, and the student gets there and says, no. There's something wrong with these people at NSFAS. How could they allocate me to an accommodation that looks like this? So I'm saying I honestly have not heard that practice happens in KZN. I'm not suggesting that to improve your lot, you should do the same. I'm saying that is not acceptable. We really must discourage it. So we need to comply fully with the norms and standards. And there's an issue that links very directly to this, and is the issue of what then becomes the lease premium that you pay. You get paid. While we have no intention of making anybody subsidize government, we also want to make sure that as many students as is possible find accommodation. So balancing this thing that the accommodation provider wants to get an economic return and government wants to accommodate as many students as possible puts us on a concept of affordable accommodation. So the minimum norms and standards, achieving them using the most cost-effective measures would be an absolute way to go about. So it's important that we do that. Now, the end point is a point where it's possible to streamline the payment process when we pay accommodation providers. We've experimented with the solution providers mechanism. It does have its own challenges. It does have its own benefits. So we're going to be reviewing that so that we find a mechanism that makes better sense. We are mindful of so I've now first talked about the accreditation and the grading from what the accommodation providers do. But also remember, the people that come and do this grading and accreditation are agents of NSFAS, if you like. And we have again heard stories, though may not be confirmed in terms of who, but confirmed in terms of what. So don't ask me why you haven't taken anybody to task, because in terms of who, it's not really confirmed, but in terms of what, we know these practices happen, where the agents that are grading and accrediting, they hold a lot of power, because in order for you to come into the room, you have to go through them. So they fold their arms and look the other way. They're not hearing you. They need to see something in order to hear. That's a practice we don't want to encourage. And that's a practice we must make sure that, in order for the system to be fair to everybody, we should expose those individuals. We should expose those individuals and actually gather evidence so that when we deal with it, we are able to link it to a specific person and deal with them. This will make sure that the system works fairly. So it's not only the accommodation providers that are abusing and not providing the right quality, our agents as well that are providing the grading and accreditation process raise issues. So I've talked about the quality of accommodation. It becomes a bit tricky in the rural communities because you don't have big buildings and all of those things. So people are accommodated in our rondavels, accommodated in whatever the household owner has. And then the question becomes, how do we figure out not excluding those in this economic participation, but creating a mechanism that is fair, but fair to the student, for the student to be able to learn? That's something we've got to grapple with yourselves. There's limited role we can play as NSFAS, but we encourage engagement so that at best perhaps we can contribute to the discussion and we find an answer. It is an important element because it's consistent with the transformative agenda of NSFAS. But remember, it's not just transformation from an NSFAS point of view. There is a specific prescription for NSFAS that enables that transformation. It's the funding of students from disadvantaged backgrounds. And students need accommodation in order to be able to learn, especially that the village where they come from may not have a college. So they go to another village, so they need to have accommodation there. So there is some connection. So our role, while limited, can also be catalytic. It can be a catalyst for something. So students came to us and said some of the accommodation in rural areas and in some other parts of the country, not just rural areas, do not meet the minimum standards. And that's something we have to engage with together and figure out how do we get support. Government has got economic empowerment enabling entities like IDC, CEDA, NEF, National Empowerment Fund. These are all players that can assist in this regard. So the conversation needs to happen in this area in order to figure out what needs to be done. We might not find answers immediately, but when we start the conversation downstream, we can have answers. There is a part that is frustrating, especially for those private accommodation providers that provide accommodation for TVET colleges, I think, in particular. I don't think it's necessarily unique there, but it's prevalent there. Where, because of the infrastructure, we are unable to pay the accommodation provider directly just yet. So the contracting is with the student, and therefore the student receives the money and the student pays the accommodation provider. And there are some instances where the student is not disciplined enough, so the money doesn't reach the accommodation provider, and the accommodation provider wants to kick the student out, and then it creates problems. That's a problem that the student leadership has committed itself to address. But we're mindful that those things do happen, and the student leadership actually brought some of these things to our attention. So our mandate as NSFAS is to support the PSET system, post-school education and training system, in achieving its national goals set out by government. So we play an enabling role. To make that work, as NSFAS, we must, as a starting point, make sure that all legitimate payments are made in time. This end of July must be the very last month in which you receive your payments late. Because for obvious reasons, you do need to have insurance in case something happens to the children there. So you take insurance and you pay for that insurance from the premiums that you receive. If the premiums do not come in time, or the receiving of those premiums is not predictable, it creates a problem. It creates a serious problem, and there's a knock-on effect of that. Once the accommodation provider does not have all of the insurance provisions that he or she needs to have, it then affects the well-being of students in the event something happens. So it is in our interest to make sure that that payment is done on time. And as I've said, we are determined to make sure that come end of August, come end of September, come end of October, all those payments will have to be made on time. Second piece is the accreditation piece. You, as the accommodation provider, needs to know well in advance whether the property you own is of the right standard and it is accredited before the year begins. And if possible, well before that, going forward, so that you can make the adjustments that you need to make, so that you can make your property available. And the dispensation of, if you were qualifying all these years and then all of a sudden you fall below that, what then becomes the mechanism to rectify that situation? Is there a notice period that is required and so on? And we need to deal with those dispensation issues. So I'm saying the accreditation for 2025 must be done and concluded before the end of December 2024. That will make sure that there's predictability, there's stability in the sector. We've also picked up that there are students that are not covered in the current dispensation. Students in the work integrated learning stream, as well health and sciences students, who, there's a clinic, I come from a village in Umzimkulu called Mvubugazi. So there's a clinic there, although there's no third road that goes there. But there is a clinic. So the third road will follow some years to come. But the clinic is there. We've got young kids there, including my niece and other young kids from that village who are doctors, practicing here in Durban, who feel that they would want to go back and assist there. But most importantly, those clinics need nurses. Those nurses may not necessarily, they must still be trainees and all of those things. So there's a lot of thinking that has to go into that kind of work, the work integrated learning and as well as the health and sciences space, to make sure that we've got a dispensation that can accommodate that. The current dispensation is not responsive to that issue. Coming back to the accreditation, there's a very interesting issue that we saw in another province where they say, look, this accommodation here is graded far better than this accommodation here. So on paper, accommodation A is a better accommodation than accommodation B. When you go and visit, accommodation B is so far better than accommodation A. So the consistency in the accreditation and grading process, you know, those guys have said they just stand at the door. They will, when they see something, they will hear. They create that problem for us. So we need to look into all of that system as NSFAS. Make sure that there's reliability, there's quality, there's consistency, and uniformity. So, to respond to all of these things, in particular the rural accommodation space, we want to start keeping a record of what those accommodation providers look like. In some areas, accommodation providers are organized into formations. That helps because then they can have a voice that raises their issues. But we want to be able to have a record of all those rural accommodations and be able to assist students accordingly. And downstream, explore the possibility that once the student has contracted an accommodation, there is a way in which the money comes from NSFAS straight into the bank account of the accommodation provider. If there's assistance NSFAS needs in between that process to make information ready for the processing of payment, we can get that assistance. But there's no reason for the money to go to Mpangeni before it goes to MJs. There's no reason whatsoever. So we need to make that direct process because it makes it cheaper, it makes it a lot safer than the other mechanism. I sometimes explain this issue of agents like this, that if you ask somebody to deliver money to somebody you owe money to, a few things can happen. The person can get mugged on the way, or the person can tell you he was mugged. You won't be able to tell the difference. Now, in an electronic world, even though I transfer the money to somebody's bank account, remember that bank account has got people who are working with it in that other organization. And you can't guarantee that all of those people might not help themselves to that. You hope they don't. So you open up that issue of being mugged or claiming to have been mugged. So we want to be able to create that direct link. Students contracting appropriately with reasonable accommodation, and then the payment goes directly to the accommodation providers. So to enable all of this is our ICT systems. ICT systems, to the extent that they hold the information relating to accommodation that is available in a particular area, the grading of that accommodation, the rentals that are payable in that accommodation, and all of those things. But at the same time, when come month end for payment, we know that accommodation A is accredited, accommodation A has got so many students. That information has to be readily available at the press of a button. Yeah, it is today, but not to the extent that we would really want to see it happening. So, we want to be able to engage and make sure that when we then do payment, we're paying for legitimate students that do exist, for accommodations that exist. We do think that there's scope for a lot of mischief in the current setup. So we worry about this thing, as I've already said, because of its developmental effect. And we know that that developmental effect is both beneficial to us as NSFAS. It's beneficial to the students because then they've got a good place to stay that is conducive to learning. It's beneficial to the transformation agenda of the country. It's beneficial to yourselves as accommodation providers. We therefore decided on these roadshows as a way of creating that constructive engagement. We do acknowledge that there has been frustrations, and we want to be able to address those frustrations. Hence, I will not be the only person after the presentation is done that will be answering any questions that you have. There will be other colleagues that can provide answers. But rest assured that our commitment is that the engagement happens so that the engagement delivers the results we're looking for. Having said that, I want to go back to where I started. Creating a platform for engagement is so critical that I hope it's the beginning of a pattern that we'll have once in a while. It doesn't have to be annual, but we can do it once every 2 years, we can do it once a year, so that we are in touch with the issues, but also as this sector evolves, there's better regulation that is enabling rather than crippling. I hope that we'll have fruitful engagements, and to the extent that some of you brought the invoices that have not been paid, there's a team that will be able to sit down with yourself and look into those issues and provide you with an answer in terms of what is the way forward. And I'm hoping that all of that will really make us to have a sector that we can be proud of. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mvalo. for those remarks, which now are setting the tone for the engagements and for the next presentations that we are about to receive. Colleagues, can we request that we know that we might have issues that you want to poke further in engaging with Mr. Nomvalo. He's here the entire day. He has committed to be with us so that he's able to listen and help us do better as he had committed. I think I've got few points that I've noted as he was making his remarks that we really need to work together to provide conducive environments, that we need to support our local economies, that we can work together, and only if we work together that we can succeed in this journey that we have started. Also, issues of accreditation, I think, are noted. And as he had made mention that through the task team, all these issues are being looked at very thorough, including issues of capping that I think has been the biggest challenge as well to some of our landlords. But going forward, we are very resolute. Even institutions, by the way, they have been expressing their challenges around that. But it has landed in ears that are listening, and we are able to then address those issues going forward. Without further ado, if you allow me, please make note of those issues that we want to get clarity on. But let's allow presentations, they are not long, so that at least when we engage, we also have appreciation of some of the things that he has been talking about. So I'd like to call my colleague, Mr. Matonono, to come forward. The presentation will be flighted. He's going to be talking to us about the NSFAS processes. Okay, thank you. Apologies for the slight delay. They're trying to transfer the presentation to the laptop that is already projecting here. Just give us a few minutes, sorry about that.
Yeah, I lula try that. It's not a lot of information. Yeah? Let's just wait for the third one.
Yeah, out three. So
Yeah.
which is the first one?
Yeah, first one, this one.
This one?
Yeah, so one's
So you know which is where to open.
Yeah, here. Just one page, one slide here. This slide. Right. Okay, no thanks. Greetings, everyone. Yeah, you're right. Cool. My name is Lambla Matonono. I'm coming from NSFAS under student accommodation. I'm not going to take long for this slide, which you see. It's a very important slide for all of you. And if you keep what is there and you listen what we are going to unfold within these few minutes that we are given, I think you will be in a better space to understand the NSFAS, especially when it comes to students that are visiting for your accommodations and requesting for placement. The first thing that happens in a process, we are not going to focus in the whole NSFAS process. We will try to streamline to specific student accommodation. The first thing that student does is to apply for NSFAS, and NSFAS will assess the application. Once then the application is pre-approved, which is the student is either provisionally funded or the student will then be rejected. There are instances then where student is rejected and they will need to appeal. But our focus then will be when a student is then provisionally funded, what will then happen to that student? The student is able to see from their portal their statuses, and the institution is then sent by NSFAS a list called funding list, which informs them which students will they be able to submit to NSFAS on their claims. That is, they are claiming for students either for transport or accommodation, including tuition and other meals allowances, living allowances, and personal care. That's what they will do when they submit from the funding list. The importance then of the funding list is that if student is not part of the funding list, if student portal doesn't reflect provisionally funded for this particular year, for example, it's 2024, it must state that the student is funded for 2024. And I think that's where most of our APs will miss it when a placement was not done by NSFAS. A student will come, will show you that they are funded, and you will accept them, and then you find it later that actually the status doesn't reflect for this current year. The status belongs to a previous year. And the student never studied in the previous year. This student is not even a returning student. He's a new student to NSFAS. Last year the student didn't study. If you didn't study, you are not a returning student for that. Then the moment you apply for NSFAS, you get provisional funded, you must go to the institution to register. Only once you are registered to the institution, then the institution will send that claim of that student to NSFAS to say, we are then confirming that the student is registered with us. This is the claim. This is how much the tuition does cost for this student. This is how much our meals cost for this student. If the student is on transport, this is how much the transport cost for the student. Then for those that are accredited by NSFAS, the accommodation will be determined by the grades that you have accepted on the offer letter, to say this is the grade that you've accepted on the offer letter. Then that is what will stipulate as to how much you will receive for that student, and that is what will be claimed. Now, once the student is placed by NSFAS with the assistant in most instances of the institution, we are aware that there were instances in this year where students have placed themselves, and if they've done the placement by themselves, although it's not part of our process, NSFAS says then to institution, those students must declare to the institution to say, we come to the institution to declare where we reside, so that NSFAS can have that information and inform back the institution to say, these students actually do qualify or do not qualify for accommodation or for NSFAS funding. Those students that came to place themselves, right, to accommodation, and the ones that were placed by NSFAS with the assistance of the institution, you ensure as an AP or accommodation provider, you record them on portal, which is ZQual portal. They must be recorded on that, and ZQual will send them to NSFAS for verification. When the verification is done, then the student is able to sign a lease agreement. It is then after that lease agreement when we can say then the student will be able, because the student has signed the lease agreement, NSFAS has done all validations, we are certain that the students will be paid, or the landlord or the AP will then be paid. But we need also to take some step back in this. When we are saying we are paying and the lease agreement you sign with the student, please make sure that if a student is a trimester student, that student qualifies for accommodation of 3 months. That is the current process as per the policy of NSFAS. If the student is a semester student, that student qualifies for 5 months. Feb, March, April, May, and June. If the student is annual at the university, at the college, we know it's NCV, then that student will qualify for 10 months from Feb to November. The importance that I'm trying to emphasize is because we are receiving invoices of a trimester student who has not came back to register at the institution, or who's not funded with the institution for the second trimester 2. Now we are receiving those invoices. And in other instances, we are receiving invoices for a student who was a semester student qualifying for 5 months. And we are receiving an invoice to say, NSFAS now hasn't paid us for the last 2 months, which is, it will be 7 months. And we are not going to pay for that 7 months. The only way that NSFAS will pay for that 7 months is when the student comes back, still qualifies for NSFAS because the student meets the academic eligibilities, is still eligible for funding for NSFAS, goes back to the institution to register, and the institution submit the registration for that student. Then we can start to say, this is another 5 months, meaning the student starts the second semester now. We start from there on the second semester. Then it will be payment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again for that student, which is on your side for that student, you will have 10 payments for semester 1 and for semester 2. Then we make sure, why I'm saying this is because of this issue that we've been receiving, to say, I've got these students and they haven't been paid. I don't know what is happening. They were paid for the first 3 months, all of a sudden the payment stopped. They were paid for the first 5 months, all of a sudden the payment stopped. That's why we think it is important then to emphasize it in this session, so that when your students are residing in your accommodation, you will need to get that view. From now on, all the solution partner will have that view to see, so that you can be able to see. I know you are able to see from the proof of registration of the student to say if a student is doing an annual course, a semester course, or a trimester course. But I believe it's important then, if you go to the system and then they will have to update it, it will reflect if it's a student is a trimester, if a student is a semester, and if a student is an annual student. Then once we receive this registration now, which is our last phase of the validations, because this information must be validated, we will request the institution first to confirm that the student indeed is an off-campus student. Remember, the first priority of NSFAS is to make sure that all our students, first priority, they reside at the rest of the institution, which is on campus. Then from on campus, they move to NSFAS accredited properties. Then we do not want you to just accept student without all the verifications to say, has the student either resided at the rest of the institution, which now becomes a clash with the institution. Now the student comes and resides with you. And we have been confirmed with the solution partner that they must confirm with NSFAS if these students not part of the institution that is very important. Once then we engage with the institution will confirm these ones, yes, are on campus. Then we know which students are off campus. Then the students that are off campus, they become part of the list. If you look on a student to send, institution to send a student, that's where then we've got that earmark list. We call it a global list. We can call it an earmark list, where a student is then confirmed by the institution to be off campus. Then NSFAS from there will start to say, once the institution is confirmed, we are then able to say we can be able to release funds to that AP on the basis that the student qualifies. We then take that student and then we do a final validation. Remember, the students, some will have came to a placement and they are indeed provisional funded because they qualify as new students, and we determine to say, actually the student has changed the course. And they've changed the course. If they've changed the course, let's say your course is for 3 years, right? That you've applied for. NSFAS has said they're going to pay for that student for 4 years. Then it happens that the student, in a second year, they failed, probably, they decide then to say, let me change the course and start a new course. Now it's going to a 3rd year, but in a new course, which is year 1, then those students will not finish. And NSFAS does not encourage that they fund someone who can only do 2 years and they are not going to complete their qualification. Then the money has went fruitless for those students. Then it is important to make sure that these students are validated, to make sure they meet all NSFAS requirements. This is one of the requirements that we do, which is then, these are ones that will be done at the end of the stage, because the issue of cost that the student have changed, you will know, NSFAS won't have a view until the institution confirms to say actually the student has changed the course. Then the NSFAS makes a decision on those bases, based on the policy. And if a student has moved from one institution to the other institution, also NSFAS will only be aware of that to say you are doing a new course in a new institution once they've received the registration data. And that's why it is then important before the payment is made to ensure that NSFAS follows that process in ensuring all students that are paid, they are eligible for funding, and it is aligned with the norms and standards, it is aligned with the NSFAS policy. I think from my side, I will then, during the payment, after lunch, we'll speak about the payment with Zikwat. I will then speak and unfold the process of payment to say what is NSFAS payment process in relations. I know that you are interested in rejections, to say you've got students that are rejected. I will dwell and put some let's say detailed information to say why would then the student be rejected, especially when it comes to payment. I think that's it for now. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Matanana. Thank you very much. Can I see, is Khopotso around? Oh, okay. We are going to be getting the presentation now from Zico. They will be talking to us about the onboarding of students and the onboarding of the AP. You will realize that we have streamlined this presentation so that when we engage, we are comprehensive in our approach and we are able to connect the dot, as it were. So may I ask Khopotso to come forward to then come and present on the student onboarding and AP onboarding.
Which one is it?
Just go back to
Or just email it now?
Let's go back to emails today.
Yeah, all the three came today.
I
One,
don't
two,
see
three.
this.
Okay, let's use the one. You got it?
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name is Hopo Toriba. I am with my colleague, and I'm going to be talking to you about the onboarding processes, which includes yourselves as the accommodation providers, and also extends to students, as we really heavily rely on yourselves to assist the students in your residences in onboarding them and ensuring that they are properly onboarded, leases are signed, so that ultimately we are able to then have a successful invoicing process. So firstly, I'm just going to start maybe with the presentations around the accommodation provider as yourselves, because you are then the first people to then feed into the process, where we heavily rely on your partnerships to avail your properties. And then we have a pool of accreditation partners that we will send to your properties to view and assess your properties. And then we would then extend an offer letter to yourselves again after the inspection, after a grading has occurred, which you then accept, and then your property will then be available to the student that you are targeting by means of targeting a campus. So then your students will then have the ability to view your properties and be able to apply, and you will then be able to accept them. You will be able to sign a lease electronically. On all of this is paperless end-to-end, and then that enables the invoicing of monthly rentals. So thanks a lot. I'm then just gonna go into more details around the actual presentation. So we're gonna start with how you go through the onboarding process. I'm just gonna try and run through it very quickly, and then have my colleague Sianda, who can then take you through the actual clicking of the system very quickly, because there's been a lot of queries around the solution, and some are not using the correct links, and we just want to ensure that we are all using the correct links as we should. So this process is talking to accommodation registration, as yourselves as accommodation providers. Then there would be a link, and Sienda will then come back and show you how you land on these links. So this just shows you what you will, if you are in the correct place, this is what it must look like. And then once you are here, you are then able to then select that you are an accommodation provider. This is because the platform allows for multiple different users as a central place for collaboration. This is yourselves as accommodation providers. Students log on onto the same platform. Institutions log on to the same platform. NSFAS would then have the ability to also log on to the same platform, where then there is a centralized portal where you collaborate, and also accreditation partners. So as accommodation provider, you will select I'm an accommodation provider, and then you will then be able to then populate all the contact details, which then gets to be validated by means of us sending you the actual OTPs to both email and SMS, because throughout the whole journey, we will be interacting with you in 3 ways. It is through the portal itself, where you are logging in and be able to action what you need to action. We are able to also communicate to you through SMS, and we are communicating to you via email. So firstly, it's just to confirm that we are able to reach you, and then that gets to be validated through an OTP, and you are then able to register yourselves in order for you to show interest and be able to log on. You are able to register as an entity, a registered entity, a company, a trust, or you are able to register as yourself as an individual. And then you are then able to then, depending on the different kinds of the options that you choose, then you are able to then upload some required documents, either a deeds registry if you're a trust, or a ID if you're yourself as an individual, or CIPC documentation in case you are registering as a company. So we're then able to then take up also your banking details, because that's where we'll be making payments ultimately at the end. So you are also able to, or required to, upload a bank letter. And then once you've done that registration, we then send you an email which then tells you about the whole process, tells you what is expected of you. Before you come in and register a property, we also have some attachments there, which includes the norms and standards, where you are then able to look at what is required and expected of your property before you can then able to come back to the platform and add a property. So this can then, you can then read through those documentation, understand what is required, and if there's any alterations that you need to make, you then can make those alterations even before you add on a property onto your profile. Once then you come back into the platform, you are able to then read through some terms of use of the portal itself, are able to accept those, and this will then give you access to your main dashboard, which is how you are, whatever functionality that you need. We try and make it as easy as you have it in the front, in front of you, where all actions are accessible through this one dashboard. You will notice that there's a continuation of enhancements on the platform. There's availing of new functionality as we go. And this is in relation also to the lessons learned that we have through the pilot process, and then it will always be the way you access the new functionality. So when you go for adding a property, then you will just go into my properties, and then you are able to then add a new property. And adding a new property, you then have to add all the details around the property that you are adding. You can always add multiple properties. It is unlimited currently because we're looking to raise as many beds as we need. And then you're able to then populate all the all the bed information, the size of your property, all the kinds of property details that you have. These are room makeups, where you're saying I've got 10 single rooms, I've got 20 double rooms, and then I've got 10 triple rooms. And these are actually targeting females, these are unisex, these are targeting males, and you can say how many of your beds can actually also accommodate disabled people, and then we then able to then use that information in allocating students later on. And then yeah, so this is just more details around the property details, and you are then able to also upload images when you are then, because then this information is going to be exposed to a student to be able to see the kind of property that that you have, what kind of amenities that you have in your property. So this is a marketing tool for your property to the student. So they're able to then see all this. This is where you then upload images. You say this is what is the cover page of your image and all of that. And in each property, you'd also need to upload documents around the property ownership, the COCs, fire documents, all the compliance documents really. That's where then you need to do that upload. And finally, you then depending on the number of beds that you have, there's then a inspection fee that is then asked of you. where then you've got different options of paying for it. You can then pay by means of a credit card, or you can pay by means of an EFT, electronic EFT, or you can go to the bank, deposit, and then come back and upload the proof of payment. So once that is done, you've completed your onboarding process. This in the back will start the inspection process. And I've actually really just brought the inspection piece very little to just one slide, even though it's an over compression of what really happens. So once you've made a payment, we then have an inspection. We then assign that inspection to the inspection party that NSFAS has appointed, and within that entity, then they would then assign the best inspector and also finalize the appointments with yourselves. They'll then be able to use a mobile app that we provide to them. In that mobile app, they'll be able to then navigate to your property. They'll then be able to reach your place, and then they'll then be able to start a new inspection. But because we were trying to ensure that they don't do inspections outside of yourself without you being on site, ensuring that they are coming to the right place, we then, they cannot start an inspection without you receiving an OTP that you need to provide to them. That's the only way that they'll be able to start an inspection. So we also include this information in the OTP message that we send to you, that you shouldn't give the OTP over phone. You've got to be there with the inspector, confirm that they're in the right place, and then be able to allow them to start the inspection, walk through with them, take them through the property. And then this is the mobile app that they would use. As you see, it's got different questionnaires that they need to ask. There is nowhere where they need to give a grading of the property. So all of that is built into the platform to calculate and using different kinds of weighting on different topics like ablution. For example, security might have 10 questions, but the security as a topic will have a bigger weighting versus something else. And that weighting is controlled at the back by NSFAS. That can always change without notifying the inspector themselves. So it might not be worth a conversation with them. They just really need to select a specific topic. If it's ablution, then there'll be questions around ablution. They've got to answer how many there are, and then we gauge, the system will gauge, depending on the number of beds that you have, how many ablutions are you supposed to then have. And then they are able to then rate from 0 to 5 the quality of that ablution. And all of that is then calculated at the back, and then will suggest a grading. But that grading is not visible at this point when they are in your facility. It's not visible to yourselves, and it's not visible to themselves as well, because it's really nothing but just a suggestive grading. So once they leave the property, so no accreditation agent should or can be able to communicate a grading with yourselves at the facility, and they should not be able to guarantee a grading. Because that's some of the items of the queries that we received, was that an accreditor promised a specific grading and then you received a specific grading. And I just want to make sure that you then are well aware of the whole process, that all they need to do is to give their rating, and then they've got to support their rating with either a video or an image, and they can also be able to then put in their comments. What then that does is that at the back, we then generate a grading report, which we then present to NSFAS. QA team, where then they are able to then have a look at that, looking at the images and having been able to also look at the other properties that they've QA'd, they can then change a suggestive grading from an A to a C, a D to an E, and that then becomes the final grading that gets to be then presented to you in an offer letter. So once an inspector comes, they'll be able to do what they need to do, and then they leave. At that point, they don't even know what the final grading is, because nobody knows what the QA person will then finalize it on. So then they'll leave the property. So this is then the second interaction. So your first interaction was the registration. Second interaction with NSFAS is now this accreditor that has visited your property. What then is next becomes the offer letter that you would then receive. In the offer letter, you will then have the grading, which has been finalized by a QA person, which also attaches the number of beds that you have inputted into the system initially, and also would have the rentals against that grading that you have achieved. And then you are then able to do a sign off of that offer letter. So you'll then be able to see, and because this person only has one property, if you've got 7 properties all graded, you will have multiple 7 offer letters, and you are then able to click on an offer letter. You are then able to then look at a e-document like that, where then you are able to then accept the offer letter or reject it with a comment, and then once you've accepted it, you then have the ability to e-sign it, and all this is paperless. Then that becomes your grading. By signing this offer letter, you have now enabled your property to be visible to a student. So a student coming into the system is then going to be able to view your property through the images that you have provided, with the comments and the amenities that you have promised the student, and then they are able to then view and apply for that property if it interests them. So I'm going to show this. This is a student process. I'm showing it because mainly you are the people closest to the students when they need to, when you need to onboard new students. Like now you're going to be taking new T3s, and then you'll then be able to help them through this process. They'll go to the same link that you have shown to them, and for accessibility as well, because we also are trying to cater to everyone. So we've also providing, so there's 2 kinds of links which will take you to the same place. There is a no data, there's a nsfas.nodata.io link, where the link does not require the students or anybody to have data on their mobile phones. They can then just browse and interact with the portal for free on their side, and then it would then be on the other side that then payments of that data is catered for. So the portal providers then ensure that students can access it without any data required, and then they can then be billed in reverse for that. So if students don't have data for any reason, they can still be able to access this portal, and they can access it on their mobile phones. They can access it from their laptops, if any, and with or without data, they'll then be able to interact with the portal. So students then are able to go to the same place and then select themselves as students. They'll then be able to, there's 2 ways where we do onboarding, where institutions provide to us students, and then they say these are the students to be onboarded on specific properties. And in that case, the students will then be able to receive an email with temporary password and all of that. And then students will then be able to log on. If the student is not on the platform and was never onboarded, but you've got the student on your premise, it's very important that all students be visible to the platform, so NSFAS is able to then give you information about the students, whether or not they are funded, because that becomes very important, instead of you then housing an unfunded student without NSFAS's knowledge. Then the student is able to still update their details or register themselves, and then be able to then also accept the terms and conditions, and then they'll access the similar portal as yourself. And this is also, we're building on new functionality to try and cap some of the items raised by Mr. Nomvalo, where properties are not as they looked when inspections happened. So we're trying to also include something called check-in, where a student will then be able to say, I'm checking into this property, and the similar process that was done by an accreditor, a student will be able to do, to say this is the conditions that I'm living in, before they are even able to sign a lease, and they are able to then grade you, and then we can then avail that data really as solution providers back to NSFAS to say this is what the inspections grading is, but looking at the satisfaction of the students and the grading according to the students, this is what it is, and then decision making can then be on the NSFAS side what then happens. But all of this is to try and ensure that we are giving a suitable accommodation to the student, giving them the environment which is conducive for learning, and ensuring that it is safe. So a student will log on for the first time, and then they are able to then see all properties. Your properties can look like this. It's quite important to give your property a property name that is unique, and that you know. You can always encourage your students to go search. So we find that a lot of accommodation providers, especially in the rural places, really just put an address, and it's quite difficult for yourself to market your own property by a student having to search through an address. If you give it a Ndlovu residence, and then you ask them to search for Ndlovu residence, and then they are able to then search for that and be able to see the property, encourage them to do that. Some use company names for property names. It's just something that could actually assist the APs in order to drive traffic or drive students to searching, finding their properties accurately and applying in the correct places. So you search for a property, or ask the student rather, this is the student, to search for the property. They are able to see the grading, they're able to see the amenities, and then one other thing that we would suggest is to also see the rating from other students that have lived there before. If students are unhappy in your property, that would show up in the portal, and students then have the ability to choose where they live, and looking at the ratings that have happened previously. So these are some of the things that we would try and encourage, or rather propose to build onto the platform to ensure that the student is getting the best value and in a property that is conducive for them. These are just more details of the actual property itself. And then, as I've said, we are also saying that we need to embed a check-in process before the student signs or applies, or rather signs a lease. Because there's some students that says, I've signed that lease, but I've actually never been there. And those are some of the things we're trying to cap, to say, because we're trying to make it so convenient by making it paperless, but then it's opening up students to signing leases in places they've never actually been. And now we want to try bring in the check-in process to say, before you can say you are signing this lease, after you've been accepted, you need to have checked in to say, I'm happy, I'm going to stay here, and then I'm signing the lease. So those are some of the things that we'll bring in. But at this point, the student will then apply, and then they'll then choose the bed type that you have. So if you've got single beds and double beds, they can say, I'm wishing to live in a double bed or a single bed, and then you are then able to apply for that bed. This will also give them some, will then be able to give them some confirmation about this application, and will also send yourself as an AP an email to say someone has actually applied in your property. So now, for yourself as an AP, you need to log on to the system and be able to then access applications, accommodation applications there. This is where you monitor if anybody wants to come live in your property. Over and above waiting for an email, you can go into the portal to see if there's anyone that's applying to live in your property. You would have some stats at the top, and then you would have a listing of all the applications, of all the pending applications. There's some lessons learned there as well, where if you are unverified, we were not able to allow you to accept. But then with interactions with the APs, it was then raised to say, let's allow, and that's what we're going to enable, to allow an AP to still accept the student. But then they'll see that the person is unverified. You will still accept the student, and to say the student lives in my property, the student will be able to live in your property as you are taking those students currently, because we had issues where students would then revoke after they've stayed in your property. But then we're curbing that through an enhancements that came from APs that have suggested that, and that made sense. So an AP also will then view the applications by students, accept those students into specific beds, into specific rooms, and then can say, oopsie, you wanted to live in a single, but I don't have anymore. I'm going to put you in a sharing 3 beds. And then you then accept that student. And then this would be the AP that would then need to sign a lease agreement with the student. So this is the AP side, where an AP signs the lease agreement. So now you as an AP have signed and have accepted and signed the lease. What then the student gets is an email and an SMS to say you've been accepted in that property, sign the lease. And this is where then we are saying, before the student just receives it and clicks and signs the lease, we're going to ask the student, oopsie, you need to go to the property, view the property, check into the property. If you are happy, then you sign the lease. To ensure that students don't sign leases where they've never actually stayed, and then they are staying in one AP's property, but they've signed in another AP's property, and the one they live in doesn't get paid, and we're actually paying the one that they've signed a lease with. And we're trying to curb those kind of issues. And this is coming from experiences learned and of also user behavior. And then we're working to bring in those kind of measures in place to ensuring that students actually do sign a lease. There's many other functionalities that we're coming to bring in, where an AP should be able to search for the student. Before you house a student, you should be able to search for that student. If they've got an active lease somewhere else, you should then you should know, and then you need to tell them. If you don't, if they've been staying there, then they've got to serve a notice and vacate the premise before they can then apply to you. If they've never stayed there, then you assist them to logging a case onto the platform and be able to. Then because at the back of it is that we've got a contact center that takes calls and supports accommodation providers, students, institutions. And then we are then able to take you through that whole process of cancelling a lease. If the person has never stayed there, the AP confirms they've never stayed there, then we can then cancel the lease. We work on some redirecting of the funds that have previously been paid to the previous AP. But we're going into, and we will be going into some more enhancements to try to protect yourselves as APs against the abuse by some of the students that are taking advantage of the process, or some APs that are now collecting rentals on students that you are housing. But we're working towards that, especially with yourselves, as we are interacting with you in the cases that you log, that we go through all of them, and we always come up with different ways to cover all different kinds of behavioral patterns in ensuring that we have a better 2025. So at this moment, I'm just going to hand over to Sia sorry, just quickly, so that he assists us in getting to the correct links and also just a quick navigation of logging of cases by APs, by students, just so that then, because we realize that there's a lot of unknown functionality that's on the portal, which can be very beneficial to yourselves.
So good morning, everyone. I am Sianda Sicha, and I'll be taking you just through a brief navigation of how to get to the right place. So I'm just going to, apologies, this is not my laptop, so I'll try, yeah. So as an accommodation provider, you'll navigate to the NSFAS website. So I'll go to nsfas.org.za. I'm not too sure if it's the network or... Yeah. So I'll navigate to the NSFAS website. It's still there. Let me see. Okay. That's fine. Oh, it's not showing. Oh, okay. Just duplicate it. Okay, so we'll navigate to the NSFAS website. From there, we'll go to for students and for learners, and then in there, we'll click on select accommodation. Once you click on select accommodation, you'll navigate to click here, which would take you to the off-take agreement. I'm just going to copy the link. So in here, once it redirects you to the off-take agreement, you'll go to province, and then you would select the province that you are residing in or where your property resides in. So I'll go to KwaZulu-Natal, and then from there I'll select an institution. So this is the institution which you as an accommodation provider are targeting and where you would like to house your specific property. So I'm just going to click on Majuba College. From there, we'll click on register or click on sign in if you already have a profile. Once you're here, you'll see then navigates you to this specific screen. From there, you can click on I am an accommodation provider, and then you can proceed to either register, which would then take you through the registration process, or you can then proceed to log in. So I'm going to log in as an accommodation provider. And then I'm just going to enter my password. And then I'll proceed to log in. So in here, then you can see the different navigation items that were shown. And as mentioned, we are busy doing enhancements, so new functionality will continue to come up, and you'll see them come on this specific screen. So as we then proceed to do the functionalities, we'll also then send out communication to let you guys know about the new features that we've released. But just a simple quick overview, for my residents, this is where you'd come in then to begin the process of adding your property. You can also then view your current property details, and you'll be also able to edit the residences that you as an accommodation provider have edited. So this is what my residence looks like and what it's for. Underneath property management, this screen is going to change to accommodation applications. So this is where you'll be able to view your applications, sign your lease agreements, and so forth. And then under offer letters, this is where you are able to view your offer letters, view the ones that are pending acceptance, that have been approved, and the ones that you can then proceed to sign your lease, the offer letter for. Under my invoices, this is where the billing is done. So currently you'll see how much has been paid to date, how much has been paid this month, and then we've also got a view for your invoice reports where you can download your remittance documents to see what you are paid for on a specific invoice. And if there are any exceptions that have occurred where no payment was received for a specific student, you'll also be able to see them on that. Then my cases, this is where both APs and students are able to log in and create a case, which then gets routed to our support team, whereby they'll investigate these cases and then deal with those cases. So you're just going to create case, select a query type, select a facility, enter your subject and then your details, upload any attachments, and then click on submit. From there, you then receive an email with a case number that you can proceed to then use to follow up on your queries. And then obviously your profile details that you can then proceed to update. Then we also have a feature here for WhatsApp assistance. If you need help to reach our support team, you can click on the link over here and it will direct you to the WhatsApp line that we have available, where we're assisting to solve queries on a daily basis. And that's just a brief navigation of the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all our presenters. We are going to have lunch at 1, so it gives us a bit of time about an hour to engage on all 3 presentations that have been made, from the opening remarks of the administrator, Mr. Nomvalo, and the presentation from NSFAS processes, and as well as the processes on the onboarding, both of the AP and as well as the student. You will see that the presentation that are being done now are of the process as is. And you could hear the presenters talking about the enhancements and what is it that we need to consider going forward, which all of those proposals will also serve at the task team that was announced, is so that we are able to be efficient and we are able to then bring some agile in the processes that we are embarking on the project. So I'm not sure if we have roving mics so that we can take a couple of questions, issues of clarity, inputs as well, so that we are able to, through this process, make our submission to the task team so that they consider the work that NSFAS and the stakeholders are busy with. So can I, by show of hands, anyone who wants to start to engage? Can the team who was presenting also to be available so that they take questions? We'll appreciate other mics. Oh, okay. I see Matuba is helping. Thank you. Okay. Well, yeah, let's start on the right because the mics are coming that side. I know that number 1, yes. Is there another hand there? That no? Okay, we'll take that as well. Then we'll move towards. Yeah, let's see how we do with time. But lunch is 1, but we're still going to engage further even when we come back from lunch. You don't have to be worried. Let me allow you, sir, to come through and then.
Good afternoon, Mam Ngcobe. Mam Ngcobe, from my side, Julian King here from SAPSA. From my side, I think it would be on the conversation around the payment cycles in the TVET space. I have a number of landlords in the KZN space that have taken a decision this year to assist the TVET spaces with accommodation. And it comes surprising then in this meeting how the payment cycles work in the TVET spaces. I, for one, as you know, a accommodation provider, but also as a task team member, it becomes my first time hearing of how that process works. And so I think, you know, just to the NSFAS executive, that is one of the pain points that will now affect landlords, because the decision to house these students in February was on the premise that the lease agreements that were signed by both the students and the accommodation providers was for the full 10 months from February to November. And at no stage did the system or the institution or NSFAS provide a mechanism to alert landlords that, A, you have 20 students that will not be paid come March, for example, or another 20 students that will not be paid come June, for example. And what this does, it then creates an issue of confidence in the space, because you're going to find a number of accommodation providers now running from the TVET spaces back to the university space now, because the university spaces run for the full 10 months. So I think my submission will then be for maybe a little bit more transparency from NSFAS and Shikwel, as well as informing institutions. I'm told that institutions are present here today, but maybe for them to alert us to how the processes at the TVET spaces work. Because remember, a number of us entered the space this year with the pilot project in the TVET space also being new. And so we have a number of landlords now that are crying foul that, listen, you know, I've got a full house, and some of these students, by the way, Mamnwabe, have not vacated their res even after their trimester or their semester studies. They're still sitting saying, hi, they're sitting on unverified, and we're waiting payment, and the longer they stay, they continue to utilize services that could be utilized for other students. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks you for all the presentations that were made. So I've got just 2 or 3 questions here.
Introduce yourself if you don't mind.
I'm Tembali Ndlovu in Pietermaritzburg. Thanks. So the representative from NSFAS mentioned that the process of 2025 will unfold this year in terms of accreditation. So what should we prepare as landlord, or what should be our action? And number 2, the first year students that are coming in 2025, how would they know of the whole process? So how is that going to be happening? Because he mentioned that he wants to finish the 2025 accreditation this year for the smooth running of the process next year. So as landlords, what should we prepare? And the first year students, how would they know of the whole process? That's one. Number 2, the students that were left from the first time payments and that are still never paid, so when can we expect those payments as well? Number 3, we had a challenge last time in terms of knowing exactly if the student is NSFAS funded or not. So what is it that we should be looking for in a student when they are coming to our premises, just to make sure that they are NSFAS funded, so that we don't run a risk of taking students that are not NSFAS funded, and then 4 months down the line, we find out that they were not NSFAS funded and we can't claim that money. So what is it that we should just make sure that the student is NSFAS funded? Thank you.
Thank you. You said Tembelihle. Thank you very much. There was the head. Oh, okay. I note you.
Hello. Okay. This is Mark from Hlelo Properties. Firstly, I want to echo what Julian King was saying about the communication regarding TVET colleges. There's a lot of us who've been found left in the middle of nowhere, not knowing what's happening, which then leads to my question. as to, or rather my suggestion as to, is it not possible to make it a lot easier for landlords to switch between institutions? If I had registered my building for this institution and now I see that this institution, there's nothing going on there, whereas there are still students requiring accommodation at another institution, can we not have maybe an option on the portal to switch the preferred institution, because you find that we are central to quite a number of institutions. That thing of limiting to one, it takes a lot of time to have to switch between the two. And the second question is regarding accreditation. I know that we said we're looking to get things ready for 2025, but now when accreditation lasts for 3 years, if I register now my property and then I get a 3-year accreditation, how will that affect me on the, when it's 2.5 years or 2.5 years down the line? Will I be able to get student for the whole year, or will I be given an opportunity to renew before the accreditation lapses?
Thanks, Mark.
Sanbona, I'd like to thank NSFAS for this engagement platform. It's very difficult to get hold of you guys at times, and I'm happy that this time around we're able to share our views with you. My name is Umtunzi Nyite, a Durban and Peter Maritzburg landlord. First question, I have 2 questions and a suggestion. First question is that what happens to the university contracts? And then a follow-up question on that, because some contracts are ending at the universities. So will that fall under the pilot as well? And how, if that is the case, and then how will NSFAS, I'll give an example with KZN. KZN has 4 major universities, and I'm not sure if the number of FETs. With these 4 universities, DUT, UKZN, MUT, and UniZulu, we have approximately 50,000 students that need accommodation amongst these universities. And we've seen challenges with NSFAS. Last number I heard with the pilot in KZN was around about 2,000. Maybe it has gone up. Now we've seen challenges with, call it less than 10,000 students. Now, would like to know, what is the intentions of NSFAS? Is it to take all NSFAS funded students from universities and seek accommodation for them? Or is the pilot working on basis of, because there's been a lot of rumors on the streets, and I'm glad we're getting to clarify this. Will NSFAS be working on basis of, normally a university will go out for tender around June, July, and then they are seeking 1,000 beds, for instance, and the university only achieves 700 out of that 1,000. Then the 300 will be, then the university will go to another RFQ that is called private accommodation. Now, in that RFQ, the university will be seeking to accommodate the 300 students that they weren't able to achieve to get beds for in the original tender. Now, is NSFAS working on the 300 that the university cannot get beds for, or the NSFAS is working on the total number of beds that are needed for that particular university? Right, so that's question number 1. And then the question number 2, or a suggestion, to eliminate when there is chaos, opportunists find a way to exploit, whether it's NSFAS or the landlords. And we know that, we've seen it, it is happening. Now, I would suggest that NSFAS sets up offices in the various universities they've identified for the pilot. In those offices, NSFAS then works hand in hand with the housing officials in that university, so that there is a much more smoother transition, because eventually NSFAS will probably take over, but we do not see that happening smoothly if there are still challenges of administration. But to cut the administration issues, I'd suggest that NSFAS sets up offices in the universities that they've identified. Lastly, the issue of transportation ambulances, Res Life. Res Life is the student's well-being, which covers the mental health of the student. Because accommodation is not just a bed, a microwave, a fridge, and a TV and Wi-Fi. We need to be cognizant of the fact that we are dealing with students who are coming from disadvantaged backgrounds where they do not have access to mental health facilities. Now, with universities, we're getting paid X amount, and then the rest of the money goes to those services, which is buses, safe buses, which is ambulances. If a student is sick in my residence, I call the university RA, which is the residence advisor who's always on the ground. They call the emergency services to come and pick up the student. Currently, with the NSFAS pilot, which is one of the not problems, challenges that I think NSFAS is facing, those facilities are not there. The landlord is left to go and find transport. Now you're dealing with transport taxi people with their routes. It's becoming dangerous. You're dealing with ambulances. There is, challenges with that. So how can we make this work in the long run for the black child so that we service our number one client, which is the student? Lastly, how many beds did you achieve this year in KZN, and how many do you need for 2025 going forward? And are you still going to be using the same inspectors that were used this year? And I'm sure we all understand why that question is asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tunzi. Thank you for that. I think let's just get some responses and some reflection on the points and the inputs that have been made so far. We will, just a minute, sorry. Sorry about that. No, I note your head. We just need to respond to these questions first and just, also offer our inputs or insights before we continue with another round of questions. Now, can I have we do have executives here. Mr. Mvalo says he will mop up. So I would ask my colleagues as well to come in and respond to some of the reflections that have been posed now. If I may start, we do have questions around our readiness for 2025, what improvements we are hoping to implement. I would ask CIO to help us with that question. And then we have Lamla, we have issues of TVET cycles, but I think, Julian, it was more of a point of concern that we need to look at very closely, because I think it's quite correct that many of our landlords have been aware of the university system than TVETs. So it is a valid point that we need to address, and also to talk more so that we understand the cycle. We also understand that even through the system, probably we could have made it easier so that when a landlord takes a student, you know that you are taking whether an annual student or a trimester student or a semester student, because that has different cycles, and it speaks to the amounts of the money that you'll be receiving. By the way, sorry, I should have indicated that we are streaming live. There's no point in colleagues maybe recording or taking pictures. You can also refer to the YouTube. You'll get all these sessions and the proceedings and the engagements. So just to give you that peace of mind. So we will definitely look in terms of that and deal with it. But I think what it also poses is that we may need to take stock at what is happening now, because sometimes you'll have a student that is a trimester student, comes to an institution for 3 months, For the first trimester, then student does not perform well. The second semester, student is not coming back. What then happens? So we really need to look closely in those exceptions so that we are able to assist the landlord as well. Now, in terms of the consistencies on the grading outcome, I think it's the point that is also bugging us as the organization. We have, through the ACOA processes, started an engagement to then say, as a sector, I think we need to respond collectively and we need to align. Because we also had picked up that when, as an NSFAS, give out a grading outcome, and also the institution does its own processes. If first it's not aligned to the minimum norms that Mr. Nomvalo spoke about, obviously we will be misaligned. If also is not speaking to the best practice around student accommodation, again, we're going to be misaligned. So it is quite important that we get that checklist agreed upon, for all of us working in the sector so that we are aligned. When a property is graded at A, it's the same property also at the next door. If it's A, it must be graded accordingly. It shouldn't be subjective. It shouldn't be how I feel today. It shouldn't be, have you paid me something? It shouldn't be based on those things. So we are working very hard to ensure that we do have a checklist that helps us to be consistent, to be objective in our approach as we do the accreditation and the grading process. We also have trying to look at my points. There was also a contribution around NSFAS probably working with institutions and yourselves, in terms of switching. We really need to look at that point for what it is and understand the risks that are associated with that. So it is a point that I think I've noted. We will certainly, as we deliberate at all these engagements, as well as at the task team level, put this forward so that we can see how feasible is it to actually look in terms of the switching. I understand, because you don't want to not to have students at a particular point. So it's a way of also ensuring that the business or you are able to get something. I'm going to jump on some of the questions because my colleagues will also come in and assist. Now, probably Mr. Nomvalo will also touch on this point around our readiness for 2025, the plans and all that, which is something that we are prioritizing. You might have heard that we are planning to also open up application cycle for 2025 in September. So it is quite urgent for us to be very clear in terms of this project going forward. So the current status in relation to the contracts that are with institution, we have been getting submissions from institution themselves to then say, can we, allow the institution to give us those landlords that are contracted to institution to be part of the process, so that at least when when the contract comes to an end, at least there's a smooth transition in terms of that, because they're currently housing quite a huge number of our students, and we don't want them to be left deserted. And the mentality of our students is such that if I've been residing in a property the previous year, the inclination is that even next year I may want to go to that property. So we are managing that aspect with institution, especially those that have already indicated that the contracts are coming to an end, and as NSFAS, we need to work collaboratively to ensure that students are continuously supported through that. Sometimes I don't even see my handwriting now. There's a very important issue that has been raised, but also as part of the improvements going forward. we have noted that as much as we have set out a criteria for students to be onboarded, I think also we must also differentiate between placement and onboarding. When a student has been onboarded, it means the student has completed the entire process, including signing of a lease agreement, as well as the landlord signing the lease agreement. So we really need to, I think it's the conversation that we have started having as NSFAS to then say, we are now increasingly, seeing that some students have misrepresented themselves when they were applying. So we need to find a handle on that as the organization so that we are able to then respond to say, what is it that we are able to do in ensuring that you are not left worse off than the situation. We are aware that there are certain visibility that you would prefer to have on the portal so that you also, when you take a student knowingly that that's a funded student. Currently, you don't have such sites, and those are the improvements that we are also bringing to ensure that we don't, at the point of payment, we start to have this back and forth. All these things must happen and be concluded at an application process. Student must be funded, student must be registered at an institution, and all these verification checks that are required are done before a student actually is onboarded into your property. So those are some of the improvements that we are working towards. Hence, I wanted the CIO, I don't see him, is he not back, to talk to the API improvement, or he's in the meeting, but when he comes back, I'm sure he will come and amplify the point that I've just made. Look, to the point that you've just raised, I think part of our intention with the pilot is so that we understand. We know institutions have been doing this for quite some time, and our understanding was that when you offer accommodation, you just offer accommodation. Now, in this journey, we have now realized that it's broader than accommodation. There are certain wraparound supports that are quite important for a student to succeed in these studies. So it's something that we are acutely aware of, and it's something that we are really paying attention to. Issues of transport, issues of health and safety, rest life, and all that. So we are very mindful of that. And I think with the policy that we're busy with, which we're also going to be sharing with yourselves for your own input, you can then be able to make input in relation to that. But it's something that the organization has really accepted to be the case. It's just that it has been applied differently in different institutions. Some are using the very same money to cover those wraparound support. Whether NSFAS will continue in that road, or we will have a new money, as it were, to be able to support students. It's a call that the administrator and the team and the organization at large will have to then pronounce on. But we are committed that after the conference in October, all these issues and how we are intending to improve the system, to ensure that the provision of student accommodation is as comprehensive and as fair to students, to the landlord, and to all stakeholders as possible, those decisions would be taken at that conference. The exact number of beds, I cannot say I know the numbers and what is still the demand. We do have the stats, we can share them, but with just generally with the pilot having these 17 universities and 23 TVET colleges, we are sitting at close to 191,000 beds that are available. So we are doing well. So it's a question of now analyzing with the demand that has been put out there in terms of how are we doing in that space. But however, I think the critical point to that as well is whether there's accommodation are conducive or are not, because often we also get those complaints to say the accommodation that we have accredited, some of the accommodation that we have accredited, they don't actually meet the minimum norms and standard of the sector. So, Lamla, do you want to come talk to issues of cycles? I'm trying to, okay, Mpo as well. Can I have a mic? Oh, you've got it. Okay, you will come after Mpo. It's fine.
Colleagues, just to make a slight contribution on what Sisbo has said, I think one of the problems we have been on the road for too long, and we battling with catching up with each other. But I thought I'd just chip in, Sisbo, and deal with this matter. So what we did last week in UKZN, we constituted a task team that comprises FAPSA. FAPSA is an association of financial aid practitioners at all universities. It includes ACCO-I. ACCO-I is an association of practitioners in student accommodation. It includes SASAP. SASAP is an association of senior student affairs professionals at universities. This task team with NSFAS is going to take the responsibility of managing and planning for 2025 registration. The interface that involves accommodation management, landlords and NSFAS and universities, that task team is going to be dealing with that. One of the things that the task team is going to be looking at is the interface of data that you want to rely on when you meet students that you must accommodate to ascertain that these are NSFAS funded or they are not NSFAS funded. But this is one of the biggest problems that many of you are having. The task team meets tomorrow to set its agenda towards 2025, and it will be integrated as part of planning with the team that is at NSFAS for 2025. So that matter has been taken care of. The other issue, the Dean of Students at UKZN informed the administrator that contracts are coming to an end, and he wants NSFAS to come to UKZN to have a conversation with UKZN about planning for 2025. So he's going to be announcing and engaging with our accommodation unit to meet with UKZN in time to finalize so that they can communicate or initiate their processes towards 2025. This discussion must still be in August because that's the commitment that he made in SASAP. So those two things, we are on them. Thanks.
Maybe if you just on the regionalization, is it, I don't know whether they call it that, but the accessibility of NSFAS, if you can just touch on that.
So what the administrator has done, and you will see it in the statement that he issued yesterday, we are commissioning a study on accessibility of NSFAS. We don't know what model is going to take, whether it's going to be a regionalization or a different footprint. But in essence, what we want to do is to have all the biggest regions in the country having access to NSFAS. We may start having offices in KZN, offices in Cape Town, offices in the Free State, depending on what the model says. We want to look at the affordability, the size and shape of the model that we can take so that in all the regions, you have access to NSFAS. The team that we are appointing is starting at the end of August, is going to be consulting with student accommodation task team, universities, TVET, SAWUS, SAVETA, everybody in the PSET system. So many of you who belongs in the NSFAS task team will know, because the work of the task team is already commenced and we're intending to finish the first contribution on policy by end of August. So at the end of August, we'll also announce the terms of reference of that task team to the student accommodation task team that we have, and we can then communicate to all of you that are part of the task team according to regions. You then have an opportunity to participate in the discussions to contribute to ultimately the model that NSFAS is going to take. Either it's regionalization or a different model, but that process we've already started with it. Sure.
Thank you very much. You still want to talk to
Cycles. Yeah, now I can talk to cycles if there are some concerns in relation to. With cycles, they mostly affect the TVETs, as I've said before. It's important for the, which is accommodation providers, to have that view. We've noted that, and we're working with Zikwan, in this case, and other solution partners. Moving forward, you should be able to see, for students that NSFAS has a registration, what type of cycle are they in? Are they in semester, are they in trimester, or are they in annual? Where it will be no status or no cycle, then you will know that the student has not yet submitted, or NSFAS has not yet received the registration data from the institution for those students. It doesn't mean that they are not provisionally funded. If their status is showing provisional funded, yes, they are provisional funded, but only NSFAS can be able to provide the cycle when the student has registered at the institution, because the cycle is aligned with your registration as a student. Once you register as the institution, then NSFAS will be able to have the cycle, and it is only received through the claim, that cycle. That is the importance of it. And then you'll be able to see it. I've said it's trimester. We've got trimester 1, we've got trimester 2, we've got trimester 3 in AM for native students. Those are the engineering students. We've got semester 1, we've got semester 2, those are for business students. We've got annual students, which are NCV, which is from level 2 to level 4. Yeah. Those students who are doing a year courses. You just need to take note of that, and I think that's enough. Thanks.
No, thank you. Can we continue with another round, and then we go for still time for lunch, before lunch? I am indicate if the lunch is ready, please. I don't see I am wherever you're seated. Can we were here? We will come back, colleagues. Matuba?
Hi.
Continue with the hands then.
Oh. Sorry, can I ask?
Okay. All
Okay.
right. I'm sorry, colleagues. Can you request that you stand up as you ask your question? As I said, we are streaming live, so what cameras also want to have a shot of you. Yes, you may.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Sanelen Chamase from Unicribs. I'm part of the accommodation providers in Pietermaritzburg. I have 3 questions. The first one, most important one, most of us haven't been paid for August. We haven't been paid for August, and we wanted clarity on when we'll be paid for August. And my second question is, we are generally not happy with communication coming from NSFAS office. We don't receive formal communication when there will be things like roadshows or conferences, or when there will be a delay in terms of payments. So a lot of us, most of the landlords are in the dark in terms of when payments will be coming in, or when conferences, or where conferences will be held. And as a result, this makes us vulnerable to different opportunists who are within the industry, because now you find yourself wanting to belong somewhere because you are desperate to receive these type of communications. So we would like you guys to improve in terms of communication. We want a specific person or office that we can direct our questions to, so that we are not vulnerable to opportunists within the industry. So the point there is communication. I'll emphasize that. Second question, transparency. Okay, my last question, transparency. So before the pilot project, most of us were happy that NSFAS is coming up with a system that will remove the red tape that we were experiencing at the universities, because It was very hard to get on the database. Also, there was a lot of politics involved with that system. So we were happy when you came up with the pilot projects. And then when the pilot projects came up, there was a new red tape now called the verification process. So a lot of landlords are concerned with the verification process. As I'm standing here, there's many of us with students that are still not verified. And our biggest concern now is that going into 2025, what happens if we face the same problem that we faced this year? Because I think we're downplaying the damage that was done by the delayed payments that happened at the beginning of the year. We are not talking a lot about that delay. A lot of us are a bit calm and happy now because we ended up receiving our payments, but we don't want to face the same problem next year. So can there be transparency in terms of timelines that, okay, verification process will take this long, so once a student has onboarding on your accommodation, do expect a process of about a week or two, so that before a student is verified. So, yes, points to take away is communication and transparency. That's all we need. And umbuzo wokugcina sis, imali ingena nini ya August, please.
Bekuwumbuzo wokuqala sekugcina futhi. Thanks, Anele. Thank you for that. Where are we with our hands? We here. I did not see your hand, my love.
It was up, it has been
It was up.
Yes, it has been up.
I've noted you. Okay, can I clarify then? Can I clarify? I said I'm going to take hands from that side up until the end, then I will come back. Your hand came up very late after the Usistembile Emuva asked the question. So can you please work with me as well? Thank you. You may proceed, my sister.
Thank you. I'm Londewe Mgadi. I'm an accredited provider, Elamonti, providing for Iswintin, or potentially providing for Iswintin, TVET College. As we all know, TVET, this process has only been introduced from this year. I just want to take note and fully understand the concern or the issue of a radius. Does the radius actually work? The reason I ask is that my accommodation has been available and working since 2020, accommodating more than 44 students. Then this year, NSFAS introduced the accommodation, and all of those students left. All my students left, and they were taken to an accommodation in town where they are provided transport. And obviously, I do not know the terms and conditions and how all my students were, well, I can't say they were taken, but it's either they were taken or it was a preferred choice. I'm not sure. But I am sitting with an empty house as it stands, and I just want to understand how the radius works, because my students take a walk to the school. And how is it possible that they are now actually going 20 Ks off the radius? Thank you.
But nani niyaphawuchana lana nithatha ama students ngapha niwalethe ngapha niwasuse ngapha niwalethe ngapha ningayibhekisi kumina kuphela. This question is for all of us. It's quite serious, to be quite honest. It is serious. We will look in terms of that. I noted you, Puti. Oh, we've got a mic. Okay, Christine, you're not helping me here. Okay, that's fine. Puti, you may proceed. And then we'll put you with the gray jacket. And then...
greetings to everyone.
Yes,
greetings to everyone. My name is Zakele from Kukwini Properties, all the way from Newcastle. The colleagues have covered me in most of my questions, so without wasting time, I'll just get a clarity on the one that they left. How often are you going to do the issue of inspection or verification to address the issue of grading ka A and B, being A graded higher than B, whereas the B property is better than A for those ones, for those issues that you have already. I'm asking this question because I might be sitting at grade C, whereas I'm qualifying for A, so I'm forfeiting something on that. Again, I might have graded C initially, but with the interest that I've developed on this pilot, and then I've decided to upgrade my properties, so maybe now I deserve A. So hence I'm interested in how often is that exercise gonna take place of the verification of the properties. Number 2 will be the comment or suggestion around the abuse of students at the res, where we accommodate them. I think NSFAS should develop the mechanism where they get a student feedback on their stay, because that's going to on their stay where they are allocated, so that they address the issue of abuse, because for those APs, they're gonna affect us, as Freeman indicated. Some of us, we became interested in this and we benefit economically and we like the program. So we think NSFAS ngatenga enhance a system so that they get a feedback from our student on their stay, so that they address. And also try to avoid those APs that they stay in the same property with the students. That causes a problem. I've seen it where I'm coming from, where the landlord is also inside the property where the student stays. It happens that. The last but not least, okay, that one was covered. Thanks.
Thank you, Zakel. Oputila, I'm coming, my love. I just need to take 5 hands, we then respond, then we'll do another round, colleagues. Don't have to worry about time. We are here the entire day.
Greetings, Mamnwabe and team, Babunamvala as well.
Maybe please listen to him. I hope we're not going to be repeating questions, colleagues. I think those that have been captured, let's just acknowledge, and allow new questions as well. You may proceed, but.
Muzi from ASAP. It's an association for student accommodation providers. In the last, or in a briefing session, I think it was the first briefing session that you held, you indicated that, if I quote you verbatim, you would recognize the associations however they were formed. That's the word, those are the words that you've used. So I'd like to know how the associations are then going to be factored in to this process, so that there is communication that meaningfully engages with the associations that have been formed. I note that the first speaker that spoke, or the first person that spoke as well, comes from a particular association when he introduced himself. Second question is with regards to the coordination task team that has been composed. I just wanted to check what the process was for the task team to be composed. What is their scope of work? What is their term of office? And what it is that they do, and who do they report to? So in case members that are part of the task team do not get any joy from those that are coordinating the task team, they can then be able to take the matter up further. It's just a matter of transparency. The second question is the issue of your NSFAS personnel organogram and contact details. Some of the speakers have echoed this, the issue of the difficulty in accessing NSFAS personnel. So I'm asking I'm rather suggesting if it won't be better if you had on your website the members, the reporting channels, so that we know that if Umam Mncwabe, as the member of the executive, enganginikeza joy, then I go to such and such a person, and those kind of things. So from the bottom up, basically, it will assist us a lot with contact details and emails of those particular people. So it will make the process much easier. Another question is the issue of metro rating versus the non-metro rating. What I would like to know is what informed those particular ratings. We know that they are they are in our agreements, acceptance letters, but we're not really sure how it is calculated. We're just thinking that if you look at, if it's a matter of the property prices in non-metro areas, I don't know, our research, little research that we've done, have shown that properties in both these areas aren't really that much different. And again, if you look at the property rates that are being paid, so we're looking at the expenses now that each of these accommodation providers have to pay for. Then you have to also consider the issue of rates, electricity, and all those things, factor those. So if it's pretty much the same, then shouldn't we then be getting pretty much the same rate? Okay, and the last question from me is the issue of student rating. Students have, according to the presentation now, would have an opportunity to now rate the accommodation that they have stayed in. And what if then the accommodation provider would like to dispute that particular rating from a student based on you know and understand the reasons and the dynamics that take place there. So is that process going to be rolled over now? Are we ready for the process moving forward, or is it a process that can be rated and so if students could only be given maybe at this point an opportunity to review, or make suggestions rather to the accommodation provider, and perhaps which will also be seen by NSFAS. Maybe if you could start there before we start putting stars, which might have implications that we are not necessarily ready for at this point. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Putmuzi. I will take one hand here, Uputi, and then we will try and respond. And then we'll go to the next.
Okay, thank you, Sisi. My name is Amgosnati Mbambo from Umlazi. So I would like to thank Mr. Nomvalo for giving us that assignment, especially when he say he's talking about transformation. So I'm having a slight problem here. When I'm reading on the document which was given out on the policy for minimum and norms and standard for 2015, they say if there is a new if you are still going to build a new residence, so we must submit the plan, and here it has to be approved. But now I can't find where do you submit it, but they said to the department. So where do we submit those plans? And also the second one, it's about that 20-kilometer radius. That 20-kilometer radius is talking about, it means that those institutions which are in a township, in our residential area. And also the problem now we are having, when we are going to be building those residential area, those student residents, they ask us, we have to go to the municipality. Municipality has got its own bylaws. They don't want to give us, they said it's not a business area. So what do we do in that case? Because they said if you're going to build the student accommodation, it means that you are in a business now. So the last one, it's about if the NSFAS, if NSFAS can be able to give us a letter, like a letter of intent, let's say to go to the financial institutions. If let's say let's say if they agree with our designs and plans that which will accommodate the students, so that we can be able to go for ourselves to get the finances to start those buildings. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kusnat. We've got 5 questions. May I ask my colleagues to rescue me? Issues of policy, Mavi, the capping, issues of payment, usanele uyibuze ekuqaleni wayiphinde wayibuze ekugcineni. When are they going to be paid for August? Errol, our COO, will respond to that. Abudimpo, issues of task team, please help me with those ones as well. And where does the task team reports to as well? I've noted issues of contacts and all that. We will certainly address those. May I have a mic to my colleagues there? Oh, okay. Errol?
Good afternoon, colleagues. So I think I will start with the most important question. I see the eyes are all looking at me now. Everybody wants to know when they are getting paid. So I think with regards to that one, it is something that we're working hard on. There is a team that's working on the file, as we speak. And I think maybe just before I even talk about when, I must say that we are making some improvements with regards to our systems and also our processes. And this is to ensure that we have got a clear schedule, which will have a cutoff date. So what we want to make sure is that there will be a cutoff date, which everybody must know about. That I'm going to give an example, let's say on the 7th of each month, you must have submitted your invoice. And then from that date onwards, you know that you've got 7 days, and then after 7 days, you receive your payment. Of course, there's a lot of work. There are a number of challenges that we're working on, but it's something that we seek to ensure that it happens, in the near future. But coming back to the main question, so from tomorrow, we will be making payments. As I've indicated, that there's a team that's currently working on a file at finance. It is being prioritized, and we're well aware that you have not been paid. So, yeah, that will be implemented. I hope I'm able to answer the first and the last question. Thank you.
You have provoked them. Why did you have to ask that? I don't know. Is there a follow-up? Because I hear a lot of no's this side. Just one brave soul.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you so much. I'm Lungile Luthuli from Pietermaritzburg, an accommodation provider, also part of ASAP, an association of students accommodation providers. So I hope it was a mistake that you said we submit invoices and within 7 days there should be payments. That has not been the process. That's just a point of clarity from our side. Also, it's very linked. The verification of students is very closely linked to the invoices. What is the reason why the students, one, are not verified to date that have been staying in our properties? They've provided us proof of accommodation. They've provided us proof of income. Some have even sent us bank statements to show that they are receiving other allowances. So just an additional question that I wanted to ask. What does it mean if a student is provisionally funded? I did receive on one of the cases that I logged that, no, the reason why the rental hasn't been paid is because they are provisionally funded, and no further explanation was given. So please clarify. I don't know who's involved with that, but I believe it's all part of the payment processes. And also, there are students who are verified who have not been paid to date. So what is being done with all of that information? And what is the reason also why when we log cases, most of those cases, they just respond and say NSFAS is waiting for this or the institution is waiting for this, and they indicate on the portal it's been resolved. That is incorrect to note that in the portal it's not a resolve, it's just been noted or it's been processed. Maybe it's something to just check with the IT guys, maybe to give a different status, maybe not to say it's resolved, when we both know that you haven't resolved anything, you just responded, but the case is not being resolved. So those are the points of clarity. Unverified students, why is it taking so long? Why are you not attending to cases in time? Thank you.
Okay.
So I think, yeah, and it is in fact a very good question, because those are some of the teething problems that we're dealing with and that we seek to resolve. And I think the point I made earlier on was to say, yes, it's not that we're saying this is the current system, but we want to improve the system to make sure that it works well, taking into account what you have just raised. Because that's where, you know, we get to experience challenges and delays which are necessary. And I think with regards to the portal, there are two portals. There's an NSFAS portal, there's a solution providers portal. So I think you also need to be very clear about which one we're referring to. But the point that I want to make is that, yes, if a student needs to be provisionally funded, but they also need to be claimed by an institution. So there must be registration data for that student, which is important. And that's what we seek to get. So the problem sometimes, and I'm not saying all of you do that, sometimes is that some accommodation providers take students who are not necessarily on the funded list. And that creates problems. And that is something which then needs to be verified. Because from where I'm sitting, I need to make sure that, you know, I become responsible for, I match, in fact, every rand to every ID number that I'm paying. So that I don't attract unnecessary audit queries. And we make sure that there are no overpayments. And these are some of the things that we pick up. And that is why you find that the verification process becomes very laborious. So we need to do a thorough job. But as I've indicated, that it's something that we're working on and we're trying to improve that. And what will assist, it will be a schedule, which I think will then clear, because it will give everybody that comfort. It will allay your fears. In that in the future you'll know that once you've submitted your invoices, how long will it then take for you to be paid?
Thanks, CEO. I wanted to rescue there to say we are going to be discussing payment and the disbursement in our next, engagement. So can we just put a pause on that so that first understand the process, and then you can then engage with something that you have now full appreciation of. Of course, I think as CEO was saying, there are certain improvements that we are looking at, but we will certainly come back as part of planning for 2025. Can I then, because our lunch is at 1, I will ask my colleagues to just quickly respond to the questions that have been raised. When we come back, then we're going to continue with the questions, and then we start again another round. We will give you ample time. We are on issues of capping, the metro versus non-metro, I'm sure you've noted some of the questions, as you may proceed.
Okay, thanks. Maybe just to clarify, NSFAS has a two-stage funding process. To your point of being provisionally funded. When a student comes into the NSFAS system, we assess them on their financial eligibility or their academic eligibility. Once we have approved and we are satisfied that they meet those requirements, we then term it provisionally funded. What that means is that the student qualifies for NSFAS funding. It does not mean that the student is funded by NSFAS. I think that's the first point. Now, once that student qualifies for NSFAS funding, we then receive registration claims from an institution. Remember, NSFAS funds certain qualifications, which are approved qualifications. For instance, you might get a situation where maybe I was doing first year last year as a student, and I'm repeating this year. Because NSFAS funds you for articulation purposes, we will not fund you if you are repeating. Or an example, you were doing third year, you change your course and you go and start first year in a different course, we will not fund you as NSFAS. You qualify in terms of the financial muscle, meaning that you are below the threshold, but you do not qualify for funding because you've changed course. And that is the two-step process when it comes to our funding. For your purposes, it is only when NSFAS has confirmed that funding to say, yes, you qualify for eligibility, you are doing the right course that is funded by NSFAS, you are articulating in the correct pathway, then we confirm you as funded by NSFAS, and that is when and only then we can expect the next step, which is the payment step. I think the biggest challenge which we've noted as a concern from your side is to say there isn't always that visibility. And probably on our side is how do we close the gap between us us indicating that you qualify versus us confirming that indeed you are funded. And I think it's part of the work that we'll be doing with the task team that Mr. Diago was talking about. From a policy perspective, we've actually done 2 research studies that we've looked at with the IFC, where we looked at the trends in the various cities, looking obviously in terms of the municipalities. And there is a difference between the costs, the land cost, the municipal cost, and the operating cost between your rural areas and also between your metros. And part of the reasoning that came on our side was to look at the correlation in terms of the claim trends. We look at the land cost, the operational cost in terms of housing that is available in a particular district. And we could see the correlation that when it comes to metros, there is a high cost driver versus your non-metro areas. And it was on that basis that we then did the differentiation, because there was a close correlation, not only in terms of that data, but also in terms of the claim trends that we have seen. Also, part of the challenge that we were trying to deal with, you would note that before we introduced the cap, people were not even using that capped amount to begin with. So when we started introducing the cap, we saw instances where people were just increasing from their lower rate to the higher rate because they were trying to look at the maximum amount. So we had to look at a mechanism of how do we regulate that. We are now conducting a further study around the cap for 2025 purposes to look at the current data that we now have, what is the permissible increase, and how do we look at the differentiation across the sped because of what we've seen. But I just want to indicate that there's been a lot of data work, there's been a lot of research that has gone into, and we've seen the correlation between the metro and the non-metro in terms of the capping that we have put in place. Again, Usis Bongile did indicate that we are now drafting the policy on student accommodation that will be brought in for review purposes. But I also think it's important that from a government perspective, we need to pay what is reasonable from an NSFAS perspective that will be able to cover as many students as possible based on what is the reasonable cost. This might not necessarily align to a person who's providing the Rolls Royce in terms of accommodation, but we also need to look at what are the principles that are guiding us in terms of the reasonable accommodation that NSFAS is willing to provide for their students. And that is the balancing act that we have to do from a policy perspective. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. V. Thank you. Mr. Diego? You can assist us on issues of TTAS team. Maduba is coming over. I think the issue of communication is noted. The issue of the appeal we'll talk about.
Okay, so thanks, Ispo. Colleagues, I think the first thing I want to appeal that maybe colleagues should do, will help with that, is for you to get access of the statement that was issued by the administrator yesterday. He deals with a lot of issues there, including the challenges of ICT at NSFAS and the work that he's doing to resolve the ICT issues. Because many of the issues around ICT, we are aware that many of the landlords are unfortunately at the receiving end of the ICT problems at NSFAS. And you end up have to make decisions blindsided, not knowing that these students are funded or not. So there are a lot of issues that he deals with there, and part of what we want to resolve with this new task team of colleagues in higher education is to put you in a better position so that by the time you make decisions in January, February, you have access to a live data of students that we confirm that are funded by NSFAS, and you don't find yourself in a position that you are in. So I'm going to ask Ishmael to help give you access to the statement that was issued yesterday. So the issue of the task team, we tried as much as we can to bring colleagues across the country, drawing them from accommodation associations from different regions, KZN, Limpopo, Gauteng, to set up a task team. We call it NSFAS Student Accommodation Task Team. We are also mindful that the task team may not be fully representative of other regions across the country, because we had to move with speed looking at the timelines that we have and the planning we have to do for 2025. So the task team is assigned the responsibility to support NSFAS in the policy development process and preparation for 2025. Okay? So we're going to be giving you access to the meetings of the task team so that you have an opportunity to also participate in the discussions, and you have access to the recommendations that the task team has made already to NSFAS. Those regions that we have not included, especially from associations, please do make me aware, then we can bring you on board. We just recently included Mpumalanga, one association in Mpumalanga, which was also left behind. Then we can bring you into the discussion of the task team. The task team now has established 2 subcommittees. One subcommittee deals with accreditation process, which the administrator has spoken to. It also deals with grading as part of the review of accreditation and grading process. So those subcommittees are meeting in August, and the members of the task team are helping NSFAS to review the accreditation instrument. Colleagues from ACOI that are here are also helping us to rethink the model of accreditation that we're currently using in the system to look at an alternative way of accrediting institutions. The last part of the work that the task team is looking at is to look at capping that has been introduced, specifically around operating cost of buildings that have been in existence and new investment properties, to look at what is a reasonable, acceptable standard of a rate for NSFAS. And colleagues must also remember that NSFAS is interested in accommodation that is decent and affordable. We're not looking for a hotel type of accommodation. We're funding a certain category of students. So we're looking at those 2 streams. And then the task team, the subcommittees will then make a recommendation to NSFAS towards end of August. Will then take up those recommendations. The administrator has made a commitment that in November, we will have a national conference on student accommodation, which will be consolidating all contributions into policies that are going to impact the planning for 2025. So I know the comms team is picking up registration there. We'll pick up the database of all the participants across the regions, and we'll set up a platform to communicate with all of you about the developments with respect to issues of accommodation. Though in that way, we can keep each other informed about the decisions that NSFAS is making. I hope that helps, Babatul. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Diego. Colleagues, allow me to break this conversation so that we can have lunch. We are also against time that side, but here we're still good. We'll come back and continue with our engagement. The statement, as Mr. Mpo is that is talking about, will be made available. We do have all your contacts on the system, so we will be sharing that statement. You don't have to worry about that. Thank you. I think let's adjourn for an hour. We're coming back at 2 to continue with our session. Thank you very much.
no kwethu yaphi ngiyabula kwethu igama uphiwe Mthembu bani phiwe Mthembu phiwe Mvelasi yes ngitshela le nto yeah sizenzela la ngithi yeah what Buzo Of course, I mean, this entire thing, it's appreciated. Like, honestly, besides trying to self-made, it's a great initiative. See, now most of us, I think, myself, so being part of it is helping me, my family, and it's a beautiful testimony. So, don't worry about it. Just have to fix his name and see that you're hungry. Yeah, so it's good. I hope my lips are not dry, yes? Also editor.
Yes, ukuze sikwazi ukuthi I think we are past our time now. We were supposed to have started at 2. We still have a couple of hands to note. I've asked my team, can my team help me rally those that are still outside so that we can begin? Olani, please help. Christine, please help. We must continue. I don't have vocals. If I have, I would start with the song. Okay. All right, let me prepare. Let me clear my throat. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I lay down till I lay my head. It's a concert. I will sing of the goodness of God. Come join. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. Let me be scientific with my readiness. Yeah. But we're very good. Okay. All right. Oh, I like the attention. I am no longer singing. I think we can continue with the hands. What? Zodwa? Zodwa, you are signaling. Must we continue? Okay. I'm advised that we can continue. Where are my runners? Please, we need mics. We were that side. It was after Ubam. Oh my goodness. Where's my writing pad now? I don't have mics much. Who has the mic? Where is the mic? Guys, can you please help us? Christine, just check the mic there. Oh, okay. Thank you. I remember you. Yes. Going to the gentleman. I left with 1, 2, 3 rows, and then we go back again. That gentleman with the brown. Yeah. Okay, can we all settle then so that we can proceed? I hope my colleagues are here to also help me once more. Another hands, can I see another hands that side so that we hand over the mics? Okay, you may proceed, sir. Christine, there's another hand at the back.
Good afternoon. There we go. My name is Werner Otto. I'm a landlord for Durban Properties.
Sherry.
Werner.
Oh, okay.
My question is in terms of grading or regrading or reinspection. We're in a unique position, I guess. We've got 2 properties that largish properties. The one is, accommodates about 400 odd beds, and the other one about 600. The one is a shared evolution facility. The other one's a self-contained apartment.
Guys, can you please settle down, please, so that we can all hear the question or the input? Thank you very much. Sorry, can continue.
Yes, thank you. And our properties got inspected in the end of, or beginning of 2023, and we were given a grade C rating on our property. But both these properties are so different, yet both of high quality, but completely different. We've got enough evidence to show that we meet minimum norms and standards, and in some cases oversupply. My question is, I guess, with respect, are the inspectors well equipped enough to provide the input necessary on that? I think it was an app that we saw earlier, allowing NSFAS to give a fair and accurate grading. Just one other question, or maybe a suggestion. We've been working very closely with the DSRA of a number of universities over the years. I think it would be wise for NSFAS to maybe engage with them during a rollout, or, I guess, just in future handling of private accommodation providers. Thanks.
Engage with who, sorry?
Sorry, say again.
Who are you advising us to engage with? DS?
DSRA.
Okay. Thank. That's UK's, okay. The next speaker, where's the mic? Okay, yes, ma'am. Noted. Back. You may proceed, ma'am.
Okay, good day, everyone. My name is Zintle Kuzwayo. I'm an accommodation provider in Durban. I have three quick concerns. The first one, is there a possibility that there can be a help desk or helpline for accommodation providers from NSFAS? Because we're only relying on the students to phone NSFAS and check whatever they need to check, then they come back to us. We need to deal with NSFAS direct. They can verify us definitely and then give us information that we are looking for. Second one is turnaround times for queries. We do send emails to the NSFAS email address, but we never get replied. So it's a concern. And then the last one, the issue of inspections. There is no set checklist that we are sent prior to the inspections. Even that the checklist that gets sent to us, when they get to your property, out of the 15 issues or points that they've sent you, either they will ask for 10 or they will ask for 25 more. And it's not consistent. What has been requested or what are the requirements at my property, my neighbor or my friend do not get asked or ask for the same requirements. So there should be a set checklist that we should all have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zendler. Yes, ma'am. Yes, you may proceed, sis.
Good day, everyone. My name is Lihle Zwane. I'm from Durban University of Technology. I'm an administration officer responsible for student placements. I would like to get clarity regarding 2025 application for students. Are students going to apply directly to NSFAS, or they will continue to apply for 20
to the university, because previously they used to apply to us as officials, and then we send the list to the AP providers. And the second question is regarding the issue of cancellations and transfers, because we've had quite a few students this year who are not happy with the conditions of the accommodation providers, and they're requesting to transfer to other residences. So do we have that option of, when the student is not happy, transfer to the other accommodation, or they regret to start for the whole year or the whole semester? And I would also like to make a suggestion to NSFAS that, is it possible to have a coordinator who's responsible for all the queries? Because we've had students whereby they're not happy about the condition, but then there's no one to talk to, and when they send email to NSFAS, there's no response, and when they send it to WhatsApp chats, it's like a chatbot. They don't get the direct responses that they are looking for. Thank you.
Thanks, Vivian. Can we take 2 more hands? Then it's a set of 5, then we can respond.
Yebo. Sinibingelele ekhaya sonke. Ngizocela ukukhuluma ulimi lwebele. Igama uVumani Khumalo, I'm from Newcastle, ngisemajuba district. Nginembuzo emibili. Oqala uzokhuluma ngalento yama trimester, semester no NCV. Sinenkinga serious ukuthi some of the student aya allocatwa kuma accommodation ethu, and uma aya allocatwa ayikho into specific ekhombisa ukuthi umfundi ukwi trimester or semester, then sekaqala umfundi useqedile ipayment yakhe akayitholi, akukho lula futhi ukuthi umxoshe umkhiphe ngoba usuke ungazi kwenzakalani, and kukhulu kulaba aba unverified ngoba nabo basuke bene hope ukuthi ngelinye ilanga bazoba verified, but thina as ama APs iyiphi indlela engasilekelela ngayo ukuthi umfundi before umsayinisa ngeshilizi understand ukuthi uyi trimester, i semester noma u NCV. Not only that, but nokuthi abafundi bayakwazi ukuyibonela ku portal I accommodation bay applyele bona, but uma ngabe umfundi ese applyile wama approve kukhona nalabo aba pending, the first message uzoyithola on WhatsApp, ngimuva nini. Ngapho ne stress abafundi abawu 20 noma abawu 30 abangakhokhela, and because vele ilizwe seyisayinile umfundi usefuna ukuzongena endaweni la hlala khona, but angizongena futhi kulokho ukuthi uma ngabe efica icondition noma isimo singekho sihle ngenxa yama frustrations as an AP, noma ngikiyeke lokho ngifuna ukuya kule imali ebalekile, imali sizele vele. Kwi issue yemali, ama student, mina ngama student awu 56, but kulama student awu 56 uthola ukuthi every month ukhokhelwa only 10, sometimes nje nike nisithande ke nisiphe nje 3500 oyodwa kwenye inyanga manje nisithande kahle. Uma uthi ubheka ireport ukuthi ireport le ethi kungani uthole leyo mali, uthola ukuthi abafundi bonke ba NSFAS funded, but ziningi izathu enizibekayo. But into ebuhlungu uma ngabe sesisenda ama email noma sikhuluma nani zo NSFAS, niyasixoxela nje ukuthi inkinga yenza ukuthi angakhokhelwa yini, and awazi ukuthi ubani ozomtshela, angeke uyolwa ne college, ngeke uze wenzeni. Besicela nisilungisele kuleyo issue ukuthi every time masibuza yini inkinga yenza ukuthi umfundi angakhokhela, silungiseleni with a solution. Ningasixoxela ukuthi o dispersed nani vele okunyasikwazi nkosami sihlalele emakhaya thina. Ngicela futhi nakule eyokuthi abafundi laba ba verified and unverified, kanti ubani overifyayo? Ngoba uye college uthukuthele ufune ngisho ukuvala amagate lapho usufuna imali yakho, only to find out ukuthi college izokukhombisa ukuthi thina verified kithi, kodwa ngale ke NSFAS akekho verified. Mawusufona ku NSFAS akukhombisa uNSFAS ukuthi college ayithumele, kodwa nje kuhlezi kuyinkomba ni college ikhomba NSFAS ukhomba college, kanti kahle kahle uNSFAS phakathi kwenu ubani umuntu okufanele sidile naye. Bese okugcina ke sengihlala phansi. Ibhlungu lento ngoba ama student ano portal amanye noma ngathiwa rejected anawo portal. Nathi sibili ama student and uma uyi student isikhathi esiningi iba khona le element yobugebengu. Ekhaya uyayithola imali ye rent yet at the same time ufuna i-accommodation. Umfundi uma apply rejected iportal yena ngiyazi ngikhanda kanjani ngoba abanye iyaveza ukuthi approve. Unabafundi ngizobekisa nje ngami 56 abafundi but abapending ba more than 40. Kulo 40 mhlawumbe ba approved ngiyabekisa ba u20. Nalowo ngasafunda ulibehlele approved. Akuvuleki space sokuthi laba abapending ngempela badinga indawo bazongena kanjani. Sicela ukuthi kuwonke ama issues athinta uNSFAS especially on your side because uma sikhuluma iqiniso thina as ama APs le inkinga esizelela ezenu akusize zethu thina okwethu kwenza umsebenzi sinike iquality ye service enidingayo egcineni kosuku nisikhokhela imali yethu njengoba sisuke siyifakile uma siqala sizosebenza. But ama issues njengoba nabala ukuthi ukuverify nani awenu. As a young people in South Africa sinenkinga ukuthi everywhere la kuno government ikhona uma kunenkinga yokuthi kunemali kuhlezi kuyi system i-down i-up iyale ikuphi but kuzoze kube nini uyophela manje unyaka inkinga zingasolveki. But sithanda ukudlulisa ukubonga kakhulu ku-administrator because ever since efikile siubonile umehluko siyamlandelela kakhulu. Siyacela u-administrator asiqinise isandla kubasebenzi bakwa-NSFAS because some of them sizokhuluma nje sibe neqiniso abasuka ngale kwakhe engakabi khona bane arrogance and uma ngabe bezoza kithi zama APs sometimes nama inspect beza as if kuzisilwane kumuntu kanti kufanele sibe ne relationship la singaboni khona sikwazi ukuthi silungisane. But now uma kuzo NSFAS mina ngibona ienemy uzungazi noma imali yakho uma usifuna kahle uyifune kuye lozayo. Siyacela u-administrator asiqinise isandla ekutheni uNSFAS ngempela makusetshenziswana abangahlezi besincikisela ngokuthi uma unenkinga sizokuphuca umsebenzi makunjani because thina siyakwazi ukubekezela ama payment singawatholi kuze kulunge. Sicela ukuthi administrator in terms of ama payment lawa esuke sifona khona bayaceleza kwethu ukuthi kube nendlela yokufona but ayisilekeleli siyafona njalo. You can't even terminate contract yomfundi uyayiterminate noma uyiterminate but ku system yo libe hleli nje umfundi wakho. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
One last comment that side. A fifth question or clarity, then we take responses.
No, thank you very much, my sister, for the opportunity, a rare opportunity.
Finally.
Indeed, indeed, we are led during Women's Month. Your chairing has been very awesome. Thank you very much. No, I think I've been covered by a number of speakers, especially the latter. My name is Mngobi Msezane. I am just a mere member of parliament, and I also serve in the portfolio committee for higher education and training. I have a vested interest in this sector. As a result, I serve in the sector of, or the portfolio committee for that matter, of higher education and training. I am here on an official oversight, what they call constituency work oversight visit. And this is what I regard as the ground, so I came to this session. So I won't speak on many things where obviously will be afforded an opportunity when the entity does come present itself before the committee where we'll interrogate the entity. But I'll just speak on a matter or two since I've been covered by a number of speakers that are limited to this session. But one that I want to first emphasize and just put some spice to it, as my latter brother has said. The relationship between landlords, service providers, and the entity NSFAS and students. It's a client and service provider relationship. It's a business transaction. Therefore, it cannot be normal that NSFAS, having been given the incentive and funding from government, will come to landlord and not pay them on time, yet landlords must pay utilities on time, must ensure there is Wi-Fi, must ensure there is security, must ensure that there is all services that are being rendered to students, and the client, being NSFAS, comes with stories of payment when it comes to landlord. That cannot be acceptable, and I want to put on record that we will challenge that, and we are actually happy. I want to share the same sentiments as my brother, that what we are hearing as presented by the administrator, especially the way remarks around the fact that there might at least now be decentralization of NSFAS to provinces or regions. By the way, at some point I served as the Secretary General of a very big university in this province, and this has been the call when I was there. It was a call before us, so we are very happy to hear that. So that's the first point. The second point, I'm hearing that there is a diagnosis that has been done as to why certain payments don't come on time. But I haven't had the solution except the fact that we are trying to ensure that we'll do payments in time. We are trying this, we are trying that. There's an issue that I learned when I was SG at the time, which I think might still be an issue now, where NSFAS opens applications timelessly. But by the time NSFAS has to respond back to students, it's already after close of registration within institutions of higher learning. Now, at that time, landlords would have already admitted students into their accommodation, and they have to pay utilities. And when a student is rejected by NSFAS, then that student must leave the accommodation, but they've been utilizing that space, and they will not be paid for by NSFAS when they must vacate and go back home. And we've had instances where SRCs will speak to management, they will put students in accommodation and then don't pay for them because NSFAS did not pay or did not fund the students. So I just want to get clarity on that to say, is NSFAS now responding to applications timelessly before close of registration so that we don't have a situation where you house students and they must go back home? Okay, I want to speak on the pilot system or the new system. Let me not say a pilot system. How many accommodation has already been uploaded in the system? I've gathered that this system might have started last year. So how many accommodation has been uploaded in the system currently? And is it in line with the needs of students that need accommodation within the institutions of higher learning? So that come January, we don't have a situation again where there are students that are striking, protesting because they can't get accommodation. And the accommodation that is there, moving to my last point, that was highlighted by the administrator about the inspectors that would stand by the door, and there would be expectation that in order for you to get inside the house, there's expectation. He was making a joke around it, but I took that matter very serious because it raises a question of who is the inspector or the inspection team. Who does it consist of? I'll make another reference. Back in the day when I was in SRC level, the inspectors or the inspection team will comprise of student leadership, executive management, and in this case, I would assume that this inspection team will even comprise of certain representatives from associations. I hear there are associations. If not associations, maybe certain landlords from different provinces to maybe partake in a particular inspection team of a province where they don't have interest or are not conflicted on, to ensure that there's transparency, which is the word that was used. And then we can have a situation where all people that are vetted or inspected or assessed get actually credited and get graded accordingly, fairly and transparently. So I just want to get that one as well. I think I'll end there for now. Sihlalo, ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Bonga mina. Angikhumbuli ngithola igama kodwa.
Oh, umnqobi Msezane. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nati Khena. I'm also an accommodation provider around here in Durban. I'm not going to repeat some of the things Msezana has covered me. Thank you very much, my brother, on some of the things that you have mentioned. But I'd like to just summarize some of them by saying NSFAS needs to improve on process management. It seemed to be non-existent. And your capacity on people that are dealing with the issues that we are faced with. I mean, look at the room as we speak now. If you've got only 1 or 2 people that have to be called whenever there is a problem, just look at this room and tell me if they will ever be able to touch sites. They will never be able to cope. So I'm appealing to NSFAS to look at their capacity to manage this big animal that they are managing and have capacity. And not just capacity, but the right capacity to manage it. But the other point that I want to raise, there seems to be a misalignment on the start date of the colleges and the time that we get paid for. The colleges will say we're paying, in fact, NSFAS, not colleges. They'll say we pay you for T1, we pay you February, March, April. That's your first trimester. But the students start their syllabus, their lectures on the 15th of January. So there's 15 days that NSFAS is not paying us for. Again, T2, you get paid for June, July, August. But the students started lectures on the 15th of May. So by the time you end up, you have close to 10.5 to 11 months, but you are getting paid for 9 months. It's like we are now subsidizing. I'm a student, no more subsidize NSFAS. When you ask some of the officials, the NSFAS, but the police. Now, why is the policy not aligned to the semesters or trimesters of the college? I really think that needs to be addressed. We might, we might understand that there will be 1 or 2 queries about certain students. But when you've got 40% of your students not being paid, and you have been paying all the facilities, they've been using all the facilities. If it was for a month, maybe you miss a month, you can understand. T2 has not been paid, which is June, July, August. Has not been paid. And you get told proudly, no, don't worry, we haven't paid T2. August, man. I'm supposed njengoba eshilo Msezana fanele ngikhokhele amaphoyisa security, fanele ngikhokhele iWi-Fi, fanele ngikhokhele abasebenzi, fanele ngikhokhele umasipala, fanele mangili rent ibility, fanele ngikhokhele rent, mangilithengile ngebond, fanele ngikhokhele ibond. I need to share this with you, NSFAS. I applied for a bond to buy a building. Bang approve, base benginike condition ethi I must pay into an extra account 4 months installment in advance, so that when you haven't paid me as NSFAS, they must tap on that 4 months. For an African and a black person who is supposed to be empowered by this process in a property industry, how are you going to succeed? The barriers to entry, we said they are difficult, and we did not include you as people that are making it difficult. Now you are making it difficult for us as black people and African people to enter into this industry, this property industry. Last 2 points. I have not been paid for 20 students for 2023, with 3 months wonk. 2023, 20 students have not been paid for 3 months. This year, I have not, this year, 2024, I have not been paid. I'm not going to mention 1 or 2 or 10 here and there. I'm not going to mention that. The entire trimester 2, I have not been paid. Uyaphela bayahamba ama student, the student that have got queries, abanye babo bayafeyila uNSFAS angabe sabafanda, they are nowhere to be found. And when you talk to NSFAS people, it's like, oh yeah, we know that. It just cannot be. So please, we know you've got problems, and some of them will sympathize with you. But on process management, on acting quickly on issues that are there, really, it's killing us. Nizosala no Growth Point, nizosala no South Point, ngoba ngathi vele ibone nibafunayo, ucaphuna kusala. They've got deep pockets. Tina, we are going to disappear in this industry if NSFAS continues to do what they are doing to us. Thank you.
All right, we are going to be responding or even trying to explain some of the issues and clarity that have been raised. But we also appreciate the points that have been put forward. I think we will leave certain items for Mr. Nomvalo to close with, like issues of capacity and the work that we have embarked on to ensure that there is capacity in the organization. Also the issues of misalignment. I think it's the conversation that we need to have as a sector, because as you are rightfully saying, if there's a policy that is there and the policy does not align to the academic calendar, it means the sector must respond to that, because it's not us as the NSFAS who design the academic calendar, but it's the department. But these are points and very important points that are being raised, and we will certainly look in terms of that. Can I, Mr. COO, do you want to pick issues that you relate to your space? Okay, you want me to help? Okay, no, I'll come to you. Sisvi, anything to, I think there were a lot also, it has to do with the trimesters and all that, but Ulamla did really try, but we'll amplify certain aspects. CIO as well, issues of systems, if you can also touch on that. I will, COO, come to you with your direct issues. CIO? Oh, Vuyo, I don't know, who has the mic?
Okay, let me start. So I think on the trimester funding, so students, I think there's probably a bigger conversation as we're planning for 2025. The trimester by its nature is very short. You are literally dealing with 3 months. And the biggest challenge is that when it comes to NSFAS, you have to reiterate the process. So the process that I was outlining earlier on of saying we first determine whether you qualify, we must receive registration, then the ultimate step of payment and accommodation has to take place even when it comes to the subsequent trimesters. One of the things that we have a challenge and probably have to engage with the department as a sector is how do we make the trimester more seamless on our side? Because for us to fund you for trimester 2, we must first wait for the results. Students are provisionally funded, but for us to confirm, we still wait on the registration information coming from the institution. That already has its own delays. By the time it comes, and you are correct, by the time it comes to the actual us now making sure that there's payment, some of the students would have even gone from the system. So there is that dependency on the funding, determining eligibility, but also the institutions coming from a registration point of view. And maybe this is one of those things with the department we must look at how do we seamlessly address. It might require a different approach in terms of how do we deal with trimester students, given how quickly the turnaround times are when it comes to that particular cycle. I think there was we noted the point on the improvement of the processes and the process management. And probably one of the things that we have been talking about in the task team was to say, how do we streamline the process for 2025 moving forward? We implemented the accommodation pilot. We knew that there were a lot of lessons to be learned as a result of that. There are things that we are learning also in hindsight, and there are things that we are starting to improve moving forward. So we had a system, but we had to implement a lot of manual workarounds when it came to 2024 as a result of the pilot and also us engaging on more students. So part of the reflections and the work that we are doing is to say, at an application period, how do we ensure that we give funding decisions on time, but most importantly, how do we cater and close the gap of the two-step process when it comes to provisional funding and us having to complete, and how do we streamline that for 2025 moving forward. I think the others of capacity, really, it was comments on our side. The issues of queries and maybe what we will take, because there's two types of queries. There are queries that are lodged on the platform itself, which is the accommodation platform. There are queries that are coming to NSFAS as an escalation because of the funding. What we will have to work on moving forward is how do we streamline the query process such that as the users, you don't get to experience that it's a query at a platform level and now it has to be attended to at NSFAS. How do we integrate the funding statuses versus the query where you are affected at the tail end? And I think it's also one of the things that we'll integrate on our side in terms of how do we streamline the query handling processes, because it's one part for a student to be funded, it's another for a student to be placed, and sometimes there's interchanges between the two. Yeah.
Errol, on the application and the finalization of the funding statuses.
Yeah, so with regards to the funding statuses, and I think that's one of the challenges that we've been dealing with. But going forward, that is what we want to do. That's what we want to change. We want to have funding decisions as early as possible. Because once we have that, then it has got a trickle-down effect on even how we go about doing payments in the end. So it is quite important, and that's one of the things that we're looking at, that we need to be able to ensure that we are able to make those funding decisions as early as possible. But some of the issues that are raised, I think by Mr. Ken, for an example, it's not just, it's a problem which would want us to zoom in closely to understand exactly what really is the problem. And that's why, as he phoned me the other day, we decided that when we are here, we will come with some of our team members, some of our operations staff, and some from accommodation to look closely into these issues. And then we can do that after this meeting, just so we understand the problem better. Because the way I understand it is that you've got recommendations as well, on some of the things that you would want us to improve. So we are here, we are willing to listen, and we'll be taking those forward to make sure that we improve as far as possible to address most of these challenges. And as I've indicated, that what we want to do is to improve on the processes and to improve on the systems so that we minimize these problems as much as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Tilly, do you want to add on that? On the funding, the completion of that, so that we give hope to the sector? Is Tilly around? Okay, thanks. Oh, there he is. Is there mic that side? Colleagues, I think we need to be mindful of the fact that we still have one presentation to go. I don't know if we need that.
last question.
I see hands. I just want us to be at one with the proposal.
Afternoon, colleagues.
Just a minute, Tilly. We have one presentation to go on payments. I don't know if you want to go on that or want us to finish all the rounds again, also looking at a time. We're still here. We can be here until 12. It's up to you. We are not pressed for any flight. Okay. All right, Tilly, you may proceed.
Yeah.
I'll take the last round and then we go to the presentation, then we will move towards finding solutions now going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, you know, with the current challenges, yes, we do have challenges when it comes to applications awaiting evaluation. But what we are doing as NSFAS to try and better the situation, one, we have already started with preparing for the 2025 academic year applications. And the reason why we started this early is just to make sure that comes end of December, we are then in a position to be able to confirm our funding statuses for all the students so that when they register, then they will know whether they are funded or not. And still on that, what is also important, and listening to some of the speakers here, I'm picking up that it looks to me like there are colleagues who will then go and allow students to move into their accommodation, one, without confirming the funding, whether the student is funded. My advice to you is that it is important that you confirm the funding. That is one. The second thing, we did touch on it, is the issue of making sure that after the funding, the student is registered for correct qualification. We do have colleagues from institutions of higher learning here, universities and TVET colleges. So what they do after confirming a funding, they send what we call registration data to NSFAS. Where you find that the student indeed is funded as per the funded list. However, one, it's registered for qualification. It's always advisable for you to also somehow find a way to work with the university to check whether these students are registered for funded qualifications, because where students are funded and they end up registering for qualifications that are not approved for funding, NSFAS, it will be a challenge for NSFAS to pay you guys. So please, it's advisable you confirm the funding, you confirm registration. With the registration, you can even ask them to give you a proof of registration. And with a proof of registration, it also addresses the question that was raised earlier on regarding the cycles, annuals, semesters, and trimesters. If they come to you with a proof of reg, you know they are registered for a trimester, they are registered for a semester, they are registered for annual. And then from there, we need to also find a way to work with institutions to confirm if indeed they are registered for funded qualifications, to avoid situations where after 2-3 months, that's when you realize there's a need for students to receive a payment, and then you then learn that, yes, they are appearing on the funded list, but they are not registered for funded qualification. So I think that's my input, Chairperson, just to assist in some of these challenges. Thanks.
Okay. Just maybe in one sentence to talk to issues of inspection so that I can take one, then we go to the next presentation. NSFAS embarked on a process to call for inspectors that are reputable and that have been doing this work for many years. We went through the supply chain process and then we appointed to those those accrediting agents. Now there are questions whether they're reputable, whether they are, they know what they do, or they just chance us. And who are these inspectors? We can make that information available so that you know, but also even on the portals, that information is available. So we believe that they ought to be professional in their conduct as they do work. But however, as we have acknowledged earlier, we did receive a couple of concerns in terms of how they work with yourselves. And we took those very seriously. even through our forensic unit, the matters are being handled at that level. That's how serious we take these matters. So it is in our belief that we had appointed reputable, and we know that at some point they were also concerned that even those professional companies that we have appointed, they then send people that are not professional in their conduct when they then engage with yourselves. So it's also upon us to make sure that we hold them accountable to the service level agreement that we have signed with them. So we do take note very seriously, but it has been our belief that they are professional because they are reputable, and by the way that they've submitted all the proposals and the background check that we have conducted that did suggest that they are professional. However, we are not blind, and we are hearing the concerns that we have been raising. We did raise with them at some point. They equally raised the very same problem to say, when you get there and the landlord feels that his or her property is not up to scratch, the landlord is offering something. So that's a two-way exercise. So I don't know, the bribe B or a bribe bar or whatever, something like that. But this takes two to tango. So in a long and short is that we are looking into it. We are quite concerned. It's not only about that. Even the properties themselves, whether they are in good condition or not. So that exercise is quite important. Hence, at NSFAS level, we're trying as best as we can. Part of the capacity is to ensure that there's quality and monitoring and evaluation on a continuous basis of these properties, so that at least we keep them up to the standard as per the policy. So I thought, let me just on inspectors just respond in that manner. Hope it will cover the questions that have been raised around the work and the conduct, and whether these land inspectors do have checklists. Yes, they do, which is aligned to the minimum norms as we have explained. They are available, the minimum norms, and because it's a public document, it's very clear. So we can even make that available so that you can have access to those to that document as well. I would Vumani request that we do have a team that is looking into specific cases. You've mentioned that you haven't been paid for some of the students and you don't know, and issues of verification. We've got all the team, from those that must do verification, those that must make sure that invoices are aligned. So they will also will make them visible to all of you guys who have specific queries, because I cannot respond standing here on the specific issues why you are not paid. But I think the general point you are raising is on issues of verification and the timing of the verification that must happen in the system, which are the things that we are improving on going forward, because this verification calls on all of us, NSFAS, the institution, and the student, to make sure that we do it, and we do it on time before payments are an issue. We are now going to, I said I'm going to take one, and then we will go to the presentation, and probably after the presentation and many questions also be clarified on payments and the process that you need to follow. And then if you allow me, because I think we've got this venue up until, I don't know, I'll check with my team, and then we can have Mr. Nomvalo as well coming up to close the session. But we're not going to close after the presentation. We'll give an opportunity again to okay. Yes, the presentation. Oh, okay. Someone. Okay, payment that are outstanding. The 2023. Yeah. Okay. No, we did respond to that. Oh, okay. Sorry, colleagues. I'm also being guided by my seniors here as well. So Mishmael want to take an issue of communication and ensuring that we improve on that. I think it has been a point that has been raised as well. Uvuya did touch on the issues of queries and all that. There is an email address again from the administrator as well, which will be made available for colleagues who still have queries. We are trying to align. I know there have been several email addresses for the organization, but as it relates to this project, we'll again share that email address so that you are able to follow through the queries that you're submitting. Because I'm sure by being frustrated, you end up sending to different email addresses. So we'll be able to provide you with the correct or the direct email address that deals with issues of accommodation. Yeah, Ish, you can come in.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Smo, and good afternoon to the colleagues. I think just two questions relating to the question that my sister asked here from I think we are from one of the institutions, either the Investor or College. DUT, we are finalizing the 2025 application process, and we will make further announcement very soon in terms of all those processes. But the guarantee is that come the 1st of September, we will open the 2025 application season. So we will communicate as we do to institutions via circulars, via letters to VCs and the registrars and to the principals of colleges as well in terms of the processes. And that information will be sent as well to all the stakeholders within the sector as soon as they are finalized. There are new innovations that NSFAS has embarked on, and it will be announced at that particular time. In terms of the communications channels that we have made available to yourselves, we will ping that email address, and would honestly like to apologize if ever we have not been able to respond to each and every query that has been asked. The commitment is that we have made additional capacity available to deal with the queries that have been coming. But we must indicate that because of the nature of the organization we have and the challenges there too in the sector, not only yourselves are using that email. Now we have to separate inquiries that comes directly from yourselves, the ones that comes from students as well, because they are also using that very same platform which is meant for yourselves. So we now have additional capacity, and then we will try and respond to each and every one of those. Again, we are trying to find other innovative ways to engage with yourselves as we do with institutions, because with institutions what we do, we'll send bulk circulars, we'll send WhatsApps and so on and so forth if they are urgent matters. So we are going to look at how can we enhance the communication between APs and NSFAS, especially on bulk messages that needs to be sent. Unfortunately, for issues that relate to your specific circumstances, case management has to be involved. We need to investigate some of those issues. Our finance departments needs to be involved for us to be able to respond. So that might take a bit longer than generic questions that relates to processes. So we are going to really find a mechanism to improve on those personal inquiries that we have about your payments, and in relation to the students and other processes. But I think you would have seen that the presentations that were made earlier this morning that talks to processes, those are some of the mechanisms that already we are bringing to yourselves, that please comply to those, because data gets fed into those systems and it becomes very easy for us to identify you and your property, as it has been advised by colleagues that a name helps. The numbers that you are accommodating, accreditation processes, grading systems, those are mechanisms that also speaks to the overall management of information between ourselves and yourselves. So it will assist if you comply on the other side, and we commit that when you engage, we'll then respond. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that in terms of the communication measures. Through the branch itself, accommodation, we will engage with yourselves, and as we improve on the mechanisms for us to get in touch with yourselves. Thank you, Smo.
Thank you. Is there another hand there, Madhua? Okay, yes. No, before you put, there's someone before you. I'm going to take one, please, colleagues.
I have the mic.
Okay. Yes,
I have the mic, ma'am.
Who has the mic now?
Yes, I have the mic.
Oh gosh, there are too many mics.
I have the mic.
Thank you
I
very
have the
much. Thank you very much, Chair. Usiphelele Mavundla lo. Ngizocela ukumix language. Khulume yakithi. Phinde ngintshontshe neyo ndlebe ekhanya ilanga. To NSFAS team. Guys, this is my plea. You are professionals. You have been hired by this institution because of your qualifications, your experience, which was relevant to you being employed in the institution. So NSFAS must not come here and fool us. NSFAS is a proper institution. It has got CFOs, got CEOs, we've got managers, we've got people who are in charge of communications. We should not come here and speak about all the nitty-gritties of what NSFAS is supposed to be doing. We are raising questions here. We are hearing you responding to these questions saying, we will try, we will try. It means for the past, the whole year, it's one and the same problem. And the question is, that I'm going to pose to the CEO, what are you doing if in the department, people are not performing? You've got someone who is hired to focus mainly on communication. You can't tell me that there will be different managers in the communication space. No. We are going to appoint a person that needs to account what is happening with communication from the students. He needs to report to the CEO and say, CEO, this is the problem. Because NSFAS have got proper systems in place, even if it's not perfect. But the system that the system that NSFAS has currently, it's sufficient, it's enough. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's sufficient, it's enough for you to deliver what you are supposed to be deliver. People must do their work. If they are failing, they must be fired, and people who are competent, who must be there to work, they must come and join NSFAS. Hi, no, we are trying. It's difficult. If it's difficult, give it to someone else who's going to do the job. This is simple. If you are given a system of it, why am I speaking like this to my fellow student accommodation providers? It's because NSFAS systems is very stringent. They are saying they're opening opportunities for us. If you go to that portal, you can see that they're dealing with us. You have to adhere to a lot of requirements. Now that we have satisfied NSFAS requirements, now I have to speak about the issue of my building, if it qualifies or not. We should not even be talking that language, because the people who are placed in, as the gentleman has indicated, the inspectors that are there, they are supposed to be doing their work. How does your building get to have students residing there if it did not qualify in the first place? It means there's a gap in the system. And we first need to go back and close the gap. It's just as simple as that. And also, this thing of hearing, trimester, this, semester, this, we don't want to hear that. That's administration, that's administrative work. Why are you, because you are not a institution operating in the middle of nowhere, in the air. No. You have been appointed by the Department of Education to say, NSFAS
take care of this. If you are failing as NSFAS, department needs to either reshuffle the department, the institution, or get an institution that is going to deliver. It's just as simple as that, because there are systems in place. Let me get into the big players for people who don't know. You see here, it's predominantly black people. It's my Indian and my African brothers. Where are our white counterparts? Do you know why they're not here? You've got a small number here. Do you know why? Because they don't have these problems. Whenever it's time for them to get paid, because they've got big layers, do you know what you do? You start with them in your system. So, and I'm saying, this is what you call a systematic, subtle exclusion of us. They're dealing with us slowly to say, you know what, if you don't pay these blacks for at least 1 or 2 months, they will collapse. My brother there was saying, he took a bond. How on earth are you supposed to pay a bond with 2 months of payments not done? The same frustration we've been having in the construction sector, not being paid. We are running on this one. We are saying, they are telling us that a property has got money. And as black people, we have been given opportunity to enter into the sector. But the same frustration, our government, you, our sisters and brothers, I'm seeing you there. You are frustrating us. You are making it difficult for us to play in this sector because you are not paying us on time. And I'm saying there is no business that will survive if it's not paid on time. If you want us to succeed, if you want us to succeed, pay us on time. You have a system. If I've got 20 students, pay me according to what is on the system. If I do not have 20 students, I've got 15, I've got 15 and I should be paid for 15. The other one, it should not be a discussion. Lastly, the issue of new development. I will plead to you guys. You gave us off-take letters. I've already, with my brother here, I've already secured funding. And it's been, I don't know how many months now. We were given these letters, I think it was August 2023. Today, investors are waiting. Where are the off-take agreements? Because we gave them the letter. They say, okay, the letter for now will suffice. We will go through the process. Now we are waiting with these letters, and we should be having these agreements so that we can move forward. Because part of your initiative to look for developers to do more student accommodation is to do away with existing non-compliant student accommodation providers, and also to open up this thing and have other people playing in the sphere. Someone mentioned your South Point and City what these student accommodation providers. They are taking everything. We want to play in the space, open it up, give us the off-take agreement. We qualify. Some of us are qualified professionals, and we know how to develop buildings. We are going to develop these places. You're going to come, inspect them. They are going to be within the confines and the student accommodation policy. We will adhere to those norms and standards. Can you please move? Guys, you are smart. You have got qualification. You are placed there because you qualify. Stop playing with us.
Thank you. Thank you. We've got 2 hands or 2 colleagues with mics. Can I take those, and then we take the presentation colleagues, and then we can, sorry, I know we all want to talk, and I know there are so many issues that we need to tackle, but we can have this meeting up until tomorrow. Yeah. If we are not also mindful of the fact that we must work towards solution, we can sit here up until tomorrow. So may I request that those 2 colleagues with mics, they make their inputs, And my colleagues that are to do presentation, they quickly prepare so that we move with our program, please. You may proceed. Ma'am, behind you, then it's your staff, sir. Sorry.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Busi. I'm a provider. Looking at the tone around here, my question, or rather a recommendation, is a little bit different. Let's say I have a scenario here. You want to purchase a property, and you approach one of the big financial institutions like Itala or SIFA, NEF. The requirements that that is needed is for you to bring a business plan and 5-year financial projections, and which you do supply. But their concern, which they take as a risk, is what if NSFAS does not renew? Because NSFAS gives a 3-year contract. What if after the 3-year contract it is not renewed? So to them it's a risk. My recommendation is, can we request, or maybe it looks like, from everything or the challenges, maybe I'm requesting from a 3-year problem to a 5-year problem. But then, yes, may we request, so that the requirements align with what the financial institutions request, to cover the 5-year projections, without any risk. So if they cannot give us instead of a 3-year contract, a 5-year contract, that will align. Thank you.
Thank you. It is noted. The request is noted. It will be deliberated on.
Greetings, everybody.
Matuba, you're confusing me now. I thought you were helping me. I thought this gentleman was next. Sorry? Can we allow for him, and then, because I keep on asking him to sit down, please. You may proceed, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Aubrey Kuzwa. I'm an accommodation provider for Harvard College. I'm based in Glenwood. While the presentation was carrying on here, I got just one complaint from our colleagues that are watching online. So while you're beaming and projecting all the information, they prefer that one of the cameras should face the screen so that they can see, because they don't see what they see. Actually, they're not even interested to see who's talking. They want to see the information because they can hear the person. That's point number one. Point number two, we had this transaction from the old system to the new system, which we called a pilot project. And unfortunately, we inherited this thing called, deposits that were paid previously. And they had a purpose, and they were serving the purpose just in case one of you, if anything happens in your property, whether it's your appliances or any break-ins, you should have a cushion where you can actually use that money to fix or to cover for those expenses. So as we transact to the new system, we seem to have forgotten about it, and it haunts us as service providers. So it cannot be left unattended. As much as NSFAS has raised the amount that they are paying us to cater for a lot of things, but we're still having issues where students, they just break almost everything and you don't know where to go. We need to know whether are we continuing with that deposit, because under normal circumstances, you cannot rent a place and not pay a deposit. For a normal rental, you should pay a deposit to whoever is providing that service. I'm not sure if NSFAS is looking at maybe having a sort of money allocated for that space. Okay, my last point, this point has been raised in a number of ways regarding the grading. I've got two almost identical properties. I understand that we had teething problems when we started the pilot project, but one was assessed a week later, and the one that was assessed first was graded B, and the one that was assessed later was graded A. Reason being that we learned from the first one what we need to correct, because we didn't have this information as to what we need to, because at the end of the day, I cannot imagine where you get a grade less just because you didn't have a fire extinguisher. I can quickly go to the shop and buy it. So when somebody come and assess my property, needs to tell me where I fell short. We don't get that report. At least we must have a report to say, you got B. If you wanted to get A, this is A, B, C, D, and E that you should have met. You fall short on this thing. And at least give us a period, or maybe even a week. Some of the things we can do in a day or a week, because I don't believe that NSFAS is in a sort of a mission to downgrade our grades. If they are in a mission to keep us there because they want us to provide the best accommodation for the students, they should offer us an opportunity to do that. We cannot wait for the whole year to move from one grade to the other, because you need to know if you get a D, what did I do wrong? What can I do to get to a C, to a B, or to an A? That was my last point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, you may come, sir.
Greetings, greetings everybody. Maybe firstly, if Hope's manager is here, Hope from Ezekiel, I would just like to say thank you to her and for her outstanding performance, where especially us in Maritzburg is concerned.
Finally.
So thank you. On a more serious note, I'm Sanili's neighbor, the left-hand side of Sanili's house in Maritzburg. It was my first time this year being introduced to the system where we had to register with NSFAS. As your colleagues have highlighted, the students were just renting from us directly. So upon reaching frustrations, after having had paid a couple of $1,000 for an inspection to be done at the house, I flew to Cape Town. To my dismay, I met none of the officials from the office. I unfortunately had to book the next day, hopefully, so somebody could see me. The next day, not even the lady who was helping at reception was able to assist me. One of my frustrations that led to me going to Cape Town, besides feeling like I had paid money into I don't know if some of us know the triple M scam. I felt I had paid money into a scam that wasn't going to pay me. I came back and luckily, NSFAS, I think 5 months into our agreements with them, finally paid. Upon that payment, which was some of the reasons that I left for Cape Town, was because the bond had lost its patience with me not paying. Municipality had now started cutting services, which meant I had to enter into illegal connections in order to keep my services provided to the students without telling them that I'm keeping you in my house and NSFAS has not paid me. A few months after, with the payments that did come, the lump sum, thank you, thank God, after 5 months I did get paid, so my house didn't get repossessed. The lump sum that got paid was a couple of thousand rands too short for me to meet my payments with just the municipality. And that's excluding everything else that the students require for me to keep afloat, whilst I still pray that NSFAS decides to pick me from the lacquer packet and pay me what's due to me. It is with great sadness that with that amount outstanding, when NSFAS does decide to pay again, after a couple of months, I'll still be left in debt, which means for the remainder of the year, my business keeps sinking, even when lump sums are being paid into my account after a few months. I would like to suggest or to put to NSFAS this on the table when you guys do hold your discussions, that because we've now entered into a business agreement with you guys, and where we owe or where we get the services for the students, unfortunately, they are not lenient with us to say that we're going to wait with you till NSFAS pays. And when NSFAS does pay me, they do not pay me what I already owe. I'd just like to suggest to NSFAS that when you guys do pay us and you owe us after a couple of months, pay us with interest so we can be able to pay where we owe with interest as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope, for that. I think it resonated with some of the colleagues who have went through the same experience. I'm going to take one hand now. The gentleman has been patient with me. As an elderly person in the room, I felt obliged to. Yes, sir, let me hand over to you before we take the next presentation. Thank you. Is your mic on? Yes.
I just got a WhatsApp to read. It's not from me, it's from one of my colleagues. I'm Ramesh, I'm an accommodation provider. The guy wants to know how come NSFAS pays students food allowance and book allowance before verification process is complete. But for landlords, we must wait for the process to be completed because I know students will go on strike and landlords won't. Institutions pay landlords on signing of the contract regardless of the verification status of the student. Why can't NSFAS do the same?
May I have the presentation? Then we will respond to all the questions that have been raised and make reflections to some of the inputs that have been made. So thank you very much. Lamla and Khopotso, I'm sure you're doing this jointly, I'm not sure. It's just one slide. It's not going to take a long time to be presented.
Greetings again. We are not going to be long with this presentation, especially with the concerns that were raised, which touch with the process that we are going to stipulate today. What is important that we just need to ensure is that with the process that we're trying to unfold, it is then to make sure that at the end of the day, we stick into the policy and into the norms and standard. And that's why we want to emphasize into this process, how it works, so that we are all aligned to it. We will start, remember the last presentation that I did, I ended up to say the registration has now been validated, right? And the invoice is now received in this state. When we then, NSFAS, as solution partners, which is ZIQUAL, they submit their payment file to NSFAS. You need to know what then happens. They need to ensure that all students have signed the lease agreements, which is a legal obligation. If a student hasn't signed the lease agreement, we are not going to release the payment. That is within the policy. We need to make sure that all students have signed. You might have students residing in your property for 5 months, but if that student hasn't signed the lease agreement, there's no payment that will be released for those students until they signed a lease agreement. That's one of the importances. When you ensure that you capture your students and they reside in your place, you need to make sure that the full onboarding is performed correctly. And one of the things that you will need then to do, because that's what we do on our side, they will send that payment file. The payment file that they are speaking to, it's an invoice. That invoice is in Excel worksheet. We extract it from their system, which is ZIQUAL system, which consists of different columns on that data, and all columns that are there are very important for validation. When we receive that file for review, which we called it an invoice from our side, which is then the information that a student provided to you, and it also aligned with the gradings that you accepted from the offer. The first thing we will do is to make sure that we validate the data for completeness issues. One, we've identified that it happens at some instances that IDs are incorrectly captured, right? And we need to ensure that we validate with them to say, please engage with your AP to make sure that these IDs are corrected. And there are instances where we could see that the student grades then do not align. We also ensure that we communicate to them to make sure that the grades align. And there are exceptions on NSFAS that NSFAS identified. As I'll mention some of the few that will lead not a payment to be successful. One that is critical currently is that, which I've mentioned, there's what we call an N+. An N+, if you go to the DHET policy, you will identify it. It's part of the reasons why NSFAS must have at least an N+1 for a student to be funded. Once a student exceeds the N+ rule, then NSFAS is no longer going to be able to fund that student. And NSFAS has a right to determine, to say, should we then offer you the bursary currently? Will you be able to achieve your qualification with this stipulated time? If not, then NSFAS has got a right to say they are unable to proceed with your application because they've been funding you and you failed at some point, maybe 2 times, then you forfeited your N+. Once you forfeited your N+, then there's nothing that NSFAS will be able to assist with. Although you were funded in previous year, then you come in this year, then we noted that you failed and you are not meeting the requirements of NSFAS. That's one of the important things that we do check from our side. And it is unfortunate that the N+, the only time that we can be able to check the issues of the N+, when the student applies. Remember, some of the students, they apply for the first time for NSFAS, for the first time. And that student has been in a sector for 5 years. That student was supposed to do a course of 3 years. And in that course, has been in the system for 5 years. Unfortunately, the policy doesn't allow NSFAS to fund that student because the N+ has been exceeded by that student. That is policy. It's not NSFAS to say they just decided to say this is how things should be. And these policies, we must make sure as NSFAS, we are aligned to. As we speak currently, with the issue of all of these payments, NSFAS has an SIU according to Proclamation 188 that they must follow to ensure that all these findings, the administration that came in, they are eliminated moving forward. Once we then have done the validations, IDs, the cycles, the grades, and all the exceptions, We then need to ensure that we move to our data team. They will send back the file to ZQual. Please resolve these issues before the payment comes. They will resolve those issues. We take the file to our data team. They do a second review. When they are done with the second review on the data, they send it to finance to pay payment. Finance first must confirm that the funding is there, is enough. If the funding then is enough, they've confirmed that, and they will do their checks to say each student, as per the grade, are we paying correctly? One of the issues that we are facing is that students, they do move without communication, and it causes a problem for us to say, you've signed a lease in a certain place, and without cancelling it now, you went to the other place, you've signed that lease. It becomes a problem for us to release the funds. We do have multiple of students sitting in that cohort. And we plead with the landlord to say, once a student informs you that I'm from that property, I want to move to your property, please make sure you follow a proper channel so that you not get to be disadvantaged of your funds that you should be receiving. Then, when we've done with that, finance has made the payment, probably let's say the file consisted when we received from ZQual of 10,000 students. Now, when the payment goes, it goes with 8,000 students. The 8,000 students will be the ones that NSFAS is satisfied to say they meet all the requirements of the payment. And we must be honest to remember that when the placement took place, it was not only done by NSFAS. There are instances where you pick up that when you ask to say, but who did the placement? Because if NSFAS was part of the placement, they would have guided the solution, the landlord or the institution. They was going to be able to guide the landlord. And that's what we always say, to say, please ensure that you get that guidance in the two. And inform the institution and make sure that the solution partner is aware so that all your students that you cater, they are validated or they are verified by NSFAS. And we do have APs in each and every province. There are APs that when we make payment, all of their students are paid. Because when they started the process, they make sure that all their students, they were confirmed. Once they are confirmed, they are validated, and their monies they've received. We do have such of the APs. And then we do have to say, once that file goes out, you will notice there will be exceptions. In that exceptions, I've seen also in their report, it will state what type of exception is that. And I want to say to you, if there's exception, it's not understandable, please inquire with them. They should be able to at least provide more clarity to say, what does it mean? There are exceptions that are permanent. There are exceptions that are temporary. They will be resolved in the next payment. Some, they are permanent. There's nothing that NSFAS can do. For example, if a student canceled the studies, that exception is permanent. The student decided to drop out. And the institution submit. Let's say the student comes in Feb, reside in your place, go and register the institution, and then once they've done the two, they are settled, they are sorted. They go in the next month, let's say in March, they do a deregistration. Then come following month in April, the list is sent to NSFAS. This student has deregistered. NSFAS has no right to pay the student that has deregistered because that student is no longer considered as NSFAS student at all. The student is deregistered. And we know that some of the students might not even share that information. And when some they do deregister, they don't even deregister, they just drop out from the institution. Institution will pick up as time goes to say, actually that student has dropped out. And when we receive that information, we ensure that we stop all payments from tuition, living allowance, accommodation, all allowances must be stopped because you are no longer part of NSFAS beneficiaries. Because we've got two, it's NSFAS applicant, those that are not funded by NSFAS, and it's NSFAS beneficiaries, those that are NSFAS funded. Then we just need to make sure that we move along with those that are NSFAS beneficiaries. Then the report that I'm saying, it will consist of the 10,000 students, for example, that were provided with each reason per student. And I will then assume you do have the view for all APs to be able to see their statuses, and when they inquire, they will be able to receive a response. And I think from my side, then that's where we end, and then he's going to take you through to say when they receive the payment, what do they then do with the funds and with the list that they receive from NSFAS? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Lamla. And just, this is the process that I can confirm that's the process that we are doing. So if you look at the first step, which is submit file, that's the solution partner, which is ourselves, where once a month we are asked to then submit files separately, TVET and files, and then also university students files. We do that around between the 15th and the 17th each and every month. So you will realize that sometimes you onboard students on the 18th, and they may not be paid at that end of the month. That's because the cutover, it's post the cutover, or rather the cutoff that we would have submitted the invoice to NSFAS for processing. So that's one. Two, I think we cannot reiterate the importance of signing lease with students. That is a thing that allows us to make a claim to NSFAS. And also on the actual submission of the file, if we do that each and every month for all the months that have not been paid successfully. So if you miss Feb, you have an error message for Feb. In March, we're going to submit for Feb and March. We're going to submit for the previous months that you were unsuccessful. As Lamla did mention, some reasons that you get are not permanent, they're temporary. Then they may have been resolved, so that's the reason why we try and claim for the months that you were unsuccessfully claimed for. So we would submit that file, and NSFAS would then do the reviewing of the invoice, and they would come back to us at some point if there's any kinds of issues that they may want us to resolve. Very minimal. It's always very quick to resolve within an hour or so. We are then able to then resolve that. Then we send that back to NSFAS, where they'll do some processing. And I really think we've been quite consistent on the timelines of paying TVET, at least from April around. It's just universities where I think last month we paid on the 7th. But yeah, it has not been over 30 days, which can definitely improve, and we are definitely working to ensure that improves. Then there's that processing of payments. Once they've done a processing of payments, what they do is to send us a response file. This response file, this is now step number 4. It's what we then get back. It's similar to what we've sent as a claim. We would get back with a response that says, was this student successful, yes or no? If it was unsuccessful, then they would say what the reasons were. And then we would inject that into the system, and that's how you would be able to view your invoices. So that normally is just a day before we would then receive funds. And then when we receive funds, which is the bulk payments, we then process that immediately to accommodation providers. And between the file or you viewing the invoice and receiving the funds, it shouldn't take over 24 months. I think we've been quite consistent with over 85%. 24 hours. What did I say?
Months. 24 months.
It's been a long day. So 24 hours. Sorry. I wasn't trying to cause a heartache. Yeah, so that normally reflects within the next 24 hours. I must think about it. And worst case scenario doesn't take above 48 hours. But those are with exceptions because we've got cutoffs with the banks on when we can process the funds, even though the funds are with the banks, but you've got to send them proper batch files within time frames, and that's 1 o'clock. if you send them a confirmation 1:05, then they would then delay by 24 hours. But we try, and we've been consistent in ensuring that that doesn't happen. So the process has been working. Definitely there's places we can improve. We are also working together with NSFAS on the exceptions to understand what can be done to try and make your AP's experience more seamless, more better. I don't think we'll get it 100% right in a month or so, but I really do commit that we're working very hard to understand the processes within NSFAS, to ensuring that we can then adapt where we can, to ensuring that you get proper reports, proper advice, even on the front ends. For example, we're working with IT to also enable us to have real-time data within NSFAS that will give us whether or not, that will advise you whether or not the student has registered, are they funded, and all of these things. We're going to then start working through that process to ensuring that we can give a better insight. We can give you a better insight into each and every student, so that you are also able to identify and measure the risk. As we're saying, we want to also say to every reason that you will receive, we want to identify them to say this is permanent, this is temporary. So then you then have measures in place on what you do on permanent exceptions. And on those that are temporary, we then would be able to then claim for each and every month, as I've explained. So that's what the payment process is like on our side.
Okay, sorry, I'm not sure if I'm the only one who picked up this shortfall. You said if the student deregister, then you have to pull out the funds. You have to defund the student. But you got a contract between you and the AP for 10 months to pay me for the services that I'm rendering. If I got 10 students and 5 of them, they deregister, I'm not going to pay, I'm not going to afford to pay my bond. I can't pay half a bond just because you pay me half a rental. So you are actually, you are in breach of the contract that I have. You have a contract with me, not with the student. You should be paying me and follow the student to recover whatever losses that you've made. Not the other way around. You can't take the easiest way out. What about me who's providing the services? Remember, with my accommodation, when I provide the Wi-Fi, I provide the Wi-Fi for all the students, whether deregistered or not, because it all comes into one pot. So I need the administrator to have a look at that. NSFAS cannot make a willy-nilly decision and say, okay, just because the student has deregistered, and then now I can do whatever it pleases me. Thank you.
Ngibonge futhi ngethuba kwesibili. Mhlambe ngicela nje ukugxila kolwakithi isingisi siwesixana. Khona mhlambe sozwana. I think sonke sila kufanele sibuyise umqondo sikhumbule ukuthi uNSFAS wawusungulwe lana. NSFAS wawusungulelwe ingane eminyama ekade ihlwempa ingathola amathuba njengezinye because isisele nogogo. Abazali abasebenzi. But I think along the way kulahlekile leyo ngayibiza ngani ivalue ukuthi sila ngobani uNSFAS usungulwe lana. Lokho ngikusho ngoba hayi mhlambe ngoba ngilwa noma mhlambe amazwi amazohlaba kukhona ukuxhamazela okwenzakalayo nokunyathela fast. Angeke ngithi sonke mesisekhame khona umsebenzi, sonke sinama task. Khona okwazi ukuhlinza, khona okwazi ukuphatha kahle ukhewe cold room, khona okwazi ukwamukela ama guest, khona okwazi ukwenza njani. Angeke ngisuke angikwazi ukuhlinza. Ngihambe ngiyotshela abahlinzayo ukuthi abenze njani. Inyama ethize ibekwa ngalaphi nani ibekwa ngalaphi. Lokho ngikushiso ukuthi when NSFAS decided to embark on this journey, the student accommodation, they might have consulted ama university, but we are the ones who are on the ground. We are the ones who live with these students on a daily, with complaints. We know these students, we know what they need. We have experienced in this. Some have been doing it for 20 years. I've been doing it for 10 years. Ngiyazi ukuthi kwenziwa njani, handling from 5 beds to 1,000 beds. Siyazi ukuthi kwenziwa njani, but we were never consulted. Decisions were taken, payment system were done. And I don't remember any university saying that to NSFAS came and asked, how do you pay landlords? With universities, we've never had any payment issues up until recently with DUT. They changed the system. In 2 months, they are fixing it. We're seeing progress. They communicate. If we are not getting paid on the 31st, the email will come in. And if they didn't communicate on that day, we will send an email as an association to DUT. They will not go home that night. They will work throughout the night. 6 o'clock in the morning, we get our man. No stories. Now, I'm saying this because I feel like NSFAS needs to go back to the drawing board and relook how things should be done. Because ngibuzelana to NSFAS osungulelana, angithanda ukubona NSFAS uwa noma kuthiwa NSFAS awuphele ngelinye ilanga because of i-management noma ama-administration faults. Ngiyathanda ukubona NSFAS ukuqhubeka. Sibaningi usithuthukisile nabafundi baningi nami ngafunda ngawo NSFAS at-DUT. So engikusho ukuthi before ukhamuko out ukhamuke ema-organization lawa seceleni azogxeka, indaba NSFAS ungathathi ithuba uziguqule ngaphakathi. Siyabonga ngobaba administrator ufikile, siyabonga ngomama uNcwabe, siyabonga nangabanye abakhona. But I feel like NSFAS, instead of rushing, remember now we are left with 3 months academically. Ama-inspection azokwenziwa nini? Because normally university kuqala ngoJune ama-processes ayo, itenda ngoJune, August, July, August, ama-inspections, you are given a chance to fix whatever before unikezwe contract when we state of readiness. January, you are signing your contract. Before it was December, because there's been delays now. You are signing your contract, you are ready for students coming in February. Now, if we are saying this process is going to run up until January, lento izonikeza u-NSFAS igamelibi, because I can assure you one thing, there will be strikes in January. Students with no place to sleep, students sleeping in sports centers. Us landlords that have empty buildings in January, we will be taking these students because sabantu siwahlalisa, just like how we did ngalezi ngane zase-FET eThekwini College. Zalala kuthina because sinamabhilida empty, senzela ukuthi ingane zingalali eminyango. What I'm saying to NSFAS, we appreciate this. Thank you. But I feel like it will be honest, or ngizobe ngenzi iqiniso menganicebisa ukuthi anike nibuyele emuva isiyenzakalile pilot. Let's work with what you have and try and fix it before sithathe inamba eningi. Asike sibuyele emuva before konakale kakhulu mase kuthiwa u-NSFAS under the leadership of abantu abamnyama failed. We do not want that. Asingajabulisi isitha ngokuxhamazela senze izinto ngokusheshsha. There will be time, and I think i-pilot isangarana nangonyaka ozayo up until we get it right with the 10,000 students that we have before we go and take on probably 200,000 or 300,000. Well, currently we are facing an issue. Akuyona indaba yethu student accommodation providers, but currently facing an issue yama allowance. There is a case asikushiye lokho. Asingaphindi senze izinto ngokuxhamazela siyithole sesiphindele ema-casini. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. I'm not longer taking hands. There are 3 hands that I've identified. We have to move towards closure now, and we still need to get input from the administrator. So, Ma, next.
Thank you so much.
There was number 2 there, and there was number 3 here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. I want to just say that I actually am a product of TEFSA. I got educated using TEFSA. I did get bursaries, but I also used TEFSA. So I know this works. And I'm really grateful for that. And we want to make sure that we are there for the next generation to support them so that they achieve and become presidents and ministers and whatever in the coming years. I was just looking at the amount of institutions that you've been handling, and you keep on talking about capacity, and I'm asking myself, if it was supposed to be a pilot project, didn't you bite too much then you can chew? Didn't you take too many institutions for a pilot project and you did not have the understanding? Because by the mere say that you are piloting, it means you do not know some of the variables that will be affecting you. So I don't know. I think that you took too many institutions when you did not have the fundamentals in place. That's just a side comment. But I think the main thing that I would like to say is the system. For instance, I look at this and I keep on asking myself, from process number, the 6 segments, from process 1 to the last process, can you articulate how many days each process needs to take for you to finally pay? Do you know that? Because if each process takes about 5 days to pay, this is 6, so it must take maximum 30 days. That's according to this. I'm just making an example. And if the 5 days comes and that process is not completed, it escalates to the next level. And what is the next level doing about that information? So that's how management happens. And if the next level is not able to deal with it within 5 days, it goes to the next level until someone does something about it. That's what I was actually thinking. That's on the system side. And also, I keep on hearing things about we can't do it. The system does not have to allow you to. Why should a system allow a student to have 2 lease agreements? The system is told not to allow a student to have the second lease agreement finished. Remember, garbage in, garbage out. So, guys, I think there is a lot of victim thing going on, and it frustrates me because it is your system. You pour into the system what you want, and you will get out what you will want. If you pour out something that you do not want, you will get what you don't want. Okay. So, and also, a system is supposed to not create barriers, but to enable. The system is an enabling tool. So it should not really be the one that actually becomes a barrier. So as I was saying again, if this system is meant to enable us to achieve 30 days and pay within 30 days, this is just an assumption, why aren't we paying within 30 days? Why is someone telling us he was not paid from last year? Do you understand? I'm not really saying this from the point of view of negatively crushing. I'm hoping that we can actually just start having conversations that are going to actually raise questions and make us improve. Okay, one last point that I wanted to make sure that I say. Just from a point of view of compassion, I want you to understand that when we were not paid, some of the people in this room were admitted in mental hospitals. Guys, I'm a social worker by profession, so you know. So I take very seriously these matters. Some of the people in this room, some of them might not be here, they were actually admitted at hospitals. Some of the houses did not have food to eat. You know what, we sitting here looking all pretty as if nothing is happening. People did not have food to eat. But some of you were paid every month. Every month you get paid. If you were short paid by 500 rand, you will jump. Some people did not have food to eat on their table. So So this is why I'm saying, this is a matter of compassion. Yes, you have been poor, you've been actually employed, yes, but I think there is another thing that we need to also exercise. Understand the impact of our actions. And understanding that when your non-action is actually making other people not rightfully get food to eat, when they've invested. Guys, all of us here have gone and not just only said we're supporting this, we went and got money to support this initiative. Lots of money. If you were to calculate how much money is in this room right now, how much investment, it did not come easy. So I'm just appealing to the compassion, the heart side of you guys, to understand your action has impact. Thank you.
Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen. On my side, I think she has touched a bit on it, because for me it's just the timelines, the sensitivities. And the presentation, it looks nice but useless. Because nobody cares about time. And I'll tell you, we are sitting with a student that's awaiting verification. And whose side is that? If we are playing tennis, or whether it's table tennis, the ball will always be on your side. Because it's played, it's already on your side. And you're sitting with it for days. Nobody on that other end is responding to the student who has actually applied on my space, which is for my accommodation. So how must I do that? How must I help you improve in what you are supposed to do? And with regards to the losses, remember, we are all smart. You can't choose which losses to take and which ones not to take. We have accepted the losses where you guys have said we have accommodated a student who doesn't qualify, right? You said we should take that loss, and we have accepted that loss. We lose those every day. In a case where a student was accepted and you started paying for that student, and the student died or decided to stop studying in that particular 10 months or year of agreement, just pay us our money. That's all. It's simple as that. You know, take the 5 months it took you guys to pay us this year, right? We had losses, we accepted them. You guys came to us, you said, oh, you shouldn't have accepted these 10 students. They were not supposed to be with you. And, you know, as if we have a scanner for the whole acceptance system. But now, when it's your turn to accept a payment, which is the loss side of things, you are telling us again that, oh no, the student has exited. Once you're in the bus, you pay for the whole fare for the transportation. Thank you.
I'd like to make one suggestion, and also try to get clarity on a question I asked earlier on. I asked, why does a student get their allowances, all of them, housing, meal, and when you inquire, they say they are provisionally funded, and they're not paid their rent. Why is that? That's my first question. My suggestion is that we appreciate greatly the online platform that SheCall has developed with NSFAS. I think with most of the questions that we've posed to you, I hope that your team is taking note of all the questions, so that on the portal, going forward, for those that were not able to attend, and even for us who have attended, will not remember everything that was asked. It will become general knowledge that can be put on your FAQ link. Also, you can provide videos of all the steps that are required online for those who are not so tech savvy. You can use your YouTube channel, Twitter, or any social media platforms to leave steps that each of us here can take, so that we are not always asking you via email, what should I do, what should I do? May we please use technology to the best of our ability. And in closing, I'd like to say as a young man that it saddens me that with the power that we have as black people, especially those that are leading us, speaking to NSFAS, Department of Higher Education and Training, that we as African people, we are busy destroying each other, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Even in this pilot project, some people's lives were negatively affected, and some of us were witnessing people's lives being destroyed simply by just lack of communication. You know, if you could have, during the 5 months, given us some kind of hope in communicating, not even talk about payment, just to give us official communication, so I can take the letter, take it to the bank and say, on this date, guaranteed, you will have your money. We could not have that. We've had to deal with banks, we've had to deal with lawyers. And some of us, this business is a lifeline to our families, to our children. And the lack of communication, I'm not even speaking about payment, just communication has destroyed some people's lives. Yes, you may think that the bulk payments relieved some tension, but some damages cannot be reversed. I received reports from some of our people, stroke, you can't reverse some of those strokes. You can't reverse tumors. So I'm saying, just to reiterate what Umama said, the impact of lack of action, lack of communication has affected us negatively. We appreciate everything you are doing tirelessly, but I will repeat again what my brother said there. If you're undercapacitated, please hire. We heard the budget, it's in billions now. If you are not fully equipped, please replace. It's not personal, it's business. If you are struggling internally, do troubleshooting, fix that issue, and help us help you provide the best service to the students. Lastly, we want to work with you. We are not fighting. We just want clear communication and payment on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our last input from the floor. We will now, we have registered all of the issues that have been raised. And I think we do want to, first and foremost, thank everybody who has made input. We know it has been valuable to us indeed. And I'm happy because all of us are making reference to the pilot, which is a study. And I think we have learned a lot. The way admission that we had made ourselves to say, how do we do better going forward? We are resolute with the project, and we can promise you that we will do better. And I did indicate earlier that there are measures already. And I think some of those measures you are also starting to underscore, to then say, with the administration, we have seen these improvements, and those improvements will continue to happen. So we are committing ourselves, that's why we're here. We know there are challenges. It would have been worse if these challenges are existing, but we are nowhere to be found, so that we are able to explain them and then work with you in resolving them. But I'd like really to appreciate every input that has been made. We have recorded them. As I said, we were streaming live, and we are all going to give you guys feedback in terms of this and the improvements that we had committed that we will be doing in the system. Issues of Communication, we will really work hard and that in ensuring that even from the session, we communicate all the resolutions that, and the inputs that we have made so that we are able to be held accountable. We profusely apologize for any shortcomings from our end. We know, guys, we went through a lot. But we can work together to improve what we have currently gained thus far, which I think it's a brighter future to ensure that our students reside in conducive environments, they succeed and they thrive in their educational prospects. So working with institutions, thank you very much. We know there are still challenges there. Landlords are also still complaining about not getting students. I think there's quite a lot that we still need to work towards in ensuring that everybody is actually enjoying to be part of this project. As the chair of the session today, thank you very much for indulging me. I know I haven't been easy sometimes, but it comes with the job. This is the mandate I had today. But I hope I had treated everybody with respect. If I have erred in any way or whatever, it was not intentionally. It was in the interest of ensuring that everybody gets a fair chance to voice out. And we thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Babu Nomvalo to then mop up and give our thanks from the organization to yourself. Thank you very much. Mr. Nomvalo, may I hand over to you for your words of closure. Thank you. You can use this one, yeah.
Yeah. It's one of the most trying moments to just sit still and listen how bad you are. And how much pain have we inflicted on people. So, when we decided on the roadshows, because we could hear from a distance the challenges that we are causing in the system. And I felt that it is better to bring a human factor to the noises we are hearing from a distance. And bringing a human factor is about sitting in the room and talk to each other about the difficult issues that confront us. We are not perfect. And being here to listen as we have listened, and in some instances provided answers that seemed to be excuses, in some instances made excuses. At the end of the day, we take the process very, very seriously. Every point raised today, there's a suggestion, I didn't get the name of, Ulungile Lutuli, was saying that all of these things that we're talking about, some of them are mundane issues that can be taken into a frequently asked questions and be packaged there and people can search for themselves. We've just built a capacity of, which is artificial intelligence, where you can, using a WhatsApp-based model, you can ask questions and get answers. So for all of the things that are about process and procedure and all of those things, it should be possible already using that platform, not to have to phone anybody, but to just go into the system and ask a question and get an answer. We've built that capacity already in the last 3 months. In due course, we're going to be launching it so that everybody can use it. That, from a responsiveness point of view, will take away maybe 10% or 20% of the calls that come through that end up not being responded, and release the capacity to respond to the queries. How we're going to do in that regard, only experience as we move forward will tell us how well are we doing. So we are here to listen, but most importantly to learn. Usisi or social worker, I really appreciate. It seems as you were talking, there's one of the meetings we had in the last 2 weeks. Some of the questions you are asking around the systems were the questions we were asking ourselves to the team that was giving us feedback on issues, saying, but a system is a box, the computer is a box that has got a set of instructions. If you feed into this box the same information, it should give out on the other side the same answer all the time, because the instruction has not changed. And it's embarrassing to say that sometimes our system doesn't do that, which is why some of the questions and the points that colleagues were making, Ubaba lapha with the black and white, I like uMagebula, was talking in a way that sounds frustrated, that, but you are here, you are professionals, you are paid salaries to do these things, and yet things do not happen. Part of the problem, which again I'm saying, it's embarrassing to say that you've got systems that are not helping you because the information coming out of the system is not reliable. And I think that's our problem to solve, not your problem. But I'm mentioning it because it arises when people say, but this thing is logical. So there's a lot of points that were raised, and then I'm going to talk to the various pieces individually. But there's a big point about the offtake agreements. And I think it's an elephant in the room that must be addressed. Now, sometimes when I talk about the offtake agreements, I often move into, I think umthunzi bethi kanti masu NSFAS umsebenzi wethu yini, ingane emnyama is our purpose. So sometimes I go back to the mandate and say, but our mandate is very specific in terms of what we can and cannot do. Of course, there are things that are incidental to our work. Like I say, student accommodation, we are not property developers as NSFAS. You are. But once a student is linked to a specific bed, our duty is to pay for that bed. When we do that, we operate within the boundaries of the legislation. If we do anything outside of the boundaries of the legislation, even if it's well meant, you will have to go and face Ubaba Msezane. And Ubaba Msezane will tell you, here is the legislation. It says you must do this, that, and that. You went out and did that, and that, and that. Tell me why. You will provide the answers. It says, but you are supposed to work within the legislation. There are other arms of government whose responsibility it is to do those things. So sometimes I go to that point when I discuss this issue around off-takes to say it does get a little bit complicated for NSFAS. Today, I don't want to go into more detail about that, but just put facts on the table that are not known publicly. The issue of those off-take letters is questionable at best. You did nothing wrong in relying on those things, because if people give you something, you can assume that it is legitimate. But the sad reality is that after those letters were issued, there was a process that sought to engage with those letters, and it ended sometime in mid-December last year, where the last line in the resolution says no additional work needs to be done in this regard because of irregularity that is around it. So there was a specific determination that found a lot of irregularities in the process leading up to the letters. And when the board deliberated with this issue, unfortunately, I cannot find a record of that being communicated. But I can find a record, which is an internal document that says there were problems with this. So if you still have that letter and you haven't done anything about it, I would suggest don't do anything further. It is an unfortunate thing to do, but it is the reality that we face. It is symptomatic of the organization that we are trying to rebuild and make it work better. It's unfortunate and it's unfair, I understand. But I have to operate within the parameters of what is acceptable and not. Part of being here is to be transparent, is to be honest with yourselves. We, as NSFAS, try and be as honest as possible with yourselves so that we can begin to work together to find answers. So, there's a number of points. I was really taking copious notes here of all of the issues. There's a point that Uvumani Mtungwa raised around trimester and the ability for the accommodation provider to know whether this particular student is trimester or not. And I think there's an improvement in the systems, Tulane, I am looking at you. There's an improvement in the systems to make sure that in the application or at some point that indicator becomes clear, because it's critical to the decision making by the accommodation providers. So you'll have to find an answer that makes sure that at some point, once that determination is made, it is available and visible to accommodation providers. So I think that is one point that I picked up. Babum Sezane, I accept how you articulate the consequences of our intransigence as NSFAS. And it is particularly because of that I thought we can't just be sitting in Pretoria and think that we know best. We need to go out and meet our stakeholders. So it's not acceptable. There is nobody in their right mind can stand on this podium and justify. By the way, you don't have to justify yourself if you're not crooked. You only justify yourself when you're crooked. But there's nobody in their right minds who can stand on this podium and justify that the experience that we've put accommodation providers, we've put students through, is acceptable. It's not acceptable. The consequences of late payments are dire. I know too well, because my budget is always right on the edges. I know too well when you don't have just that extra 500 rands to cover your debit order. It's painful, and the consequences are tragic. So the team that is here, I'm hoping that they were touched as much as I was by the stories of your experiences. So to just talk to a few of the things that came up from the themes that we're trying to understand. There's an issue around the allocation of students and onboarding that comes up quite strongly. And it does become a problem between us, because we receive an application, we process the application, we get to a point that this student ought to be funded, but we will fund the student if that student is pursuing a particular qualification, not any qualification. So our decision is only valid after we know what the student is doing, which then comes from the institution back to us. Part of the exercise is, do we have sufficient capacity to manage that interface? Do we have proper processes to manage that interface? At the moment, we are failing. It's easy to say the institutions did not give us the information, but if we're looking for the information, maybe we should get on top of a horse and go to the institution to get the information. So we need to do more and not just say the information from we call it the reg data in terms of our internal language. The information from the institution is not coming through. And that's why we're also building a good relationship with the universities as well as TVET colleges, so that that interface can be polished and made to work better. So that becomes a problem when that information is not aligned, because then you will submit the invoices based on the information you have, which may be aligning to the university. When we look at our information, we find that there's some things that are missing, and then the issue gets delayed. There's no explanation for not paying and paying late. But when you've got those misalignments, then they do create a legitimate doubt whether payment should be processed or not. The issue of provisionally funded and registered is linked to this. I think our language needs to change so that it doesn't create any confusion. Maybe when you are in the status that we today call provisionally funded, we should probably use a term like qualifying student. So you know qualifying doesn't mean you are funded. And then when you are funded, we then use the word funded. Then it's easy, it's straightforward. But there's a process issue as well that links to this thing. But the language, I think, does create a bit of problems as well. I take the point around the timing, and there's a question we did not answer, if I remember very well, when we had those 6 steps. How many days each of the processes take? It takes quite a number of days to do the whole process. I think it takes between 10 and 15 days for the whole process, which then means that you need to have a cutoff point much earlier so that you are able to process on time. That's why I was making the undertaking earlier on that we have been paying late. We've been having other issues in terms of the last year's payments that had to be processed, that were voluminous. We've dealt with that now. There should be no reason at the end of this month not to pay on time. So, but I'm raising this because of the point around accreditation and inspections and all of those things. And I take the point that universities were doing this work well in advance, and then they are able to get to a particular determination. We've been putting out fires from an administration perspective. We take note of that. We had a conversation with the CEO of USAF at the beginning of the week. And one of the issues we're discussing is the alignment of NSFAS's calendar to that of the institutions. So going forward, this year we're too late for that, but going forward, I expect that those that will be in charge should make sure that that alignment is there, so that decisions are taken in a way that ties in with the institutions. Of course, the department will support us, hopefully, with the decisions they have to make, and we will help the department in making those decisions by providing the information they require. 10 months versus 12 months. Now, this puts us in a difficult situation because, you know, how universities got around this. There's a rental for the whole year, 50,000, whatever the amount is, they divide it by 12. For whatever reason, we decided to divide the same number by 10. So we then create a void for the other 2 months. Rectifying that going forward is going to be difficult. It's not difficult from a technical point of view, dividing by 12 instead of by 10. But then people are going to complain, but wait a minute, now you're paying me less. But I think it's something we've got to do so that there's alignment between your regular payments and the cost you are incurring. And to the extent that there's under recovery, that becomes a separate discussion which links to the question of capping. And there's a study that we're doing in order to get a fairer cost reflection across the country so that when we come back with the policy of capping, we have something that is pretty close to reality. Of course, one of the unintended consequences of this capping, somebody explained it earlier, was that somebody whose cost structure is such that he should be getting 24,000 per annum realize, oh, now the cap is at 35, then they move up their cost to 35. All of the additional amount goes to the bottom line. That creates a scenario in which there's less resources available to cover students. So I like the point Mthunzi that says, let's go back to basics. So I really liked that point because it's important to remember why we are here, especially for us at NSFAS. So we have to go back to the basics and make sure that we do the things right. So the point I was making about no, it was Uluhle Zwane that had raised this point. Why did I ascribe it to Ubawase Newcastle? No, it was Vumani Kumalo. The issue of the indicator when it comes to trimester, I've spoken to that. And then there's an issue of students changing accommodation or changing institutions or changing what they are registered for. It can be any of these three things. The consequence is the same. I hear Baba lapho phambili ukuthi you would want us to just continue paying. I've got my employer here, the person who, in fact not my employer, the person who looks after what I'm doing. The relationship with the accommodation provider arises because of the student. When that umbilical cord is broken, there is something in the PFMA which they call wasteful expenditure. And it carries a sentence of 5 years if you do not check what you're doing. But I hear the point you are raising from a certainty point of view and predictability from an accommodation provider's point of view. I'm not oblivious to that. But the reality from the side of what we need to do is that it would be very difficult to decouple the two and just continue paying. So, part of the reason we're here, if you look at the problem from a technical, pure technical point of view, where do the wheels come off kind of thinking, is that the information between ourselves and the institutions doesn't get reconciled and recalibrated on a regular basis. Because if every month we sit with the university and say, okay, we funded so many students, you've given us back from a registration point of view, 500 students less, what's happened to the other 500? If that student has either changed the what is registered for, or moved to another institution, or withdrew from studies, we will be able to know that very quickly and then respond to it very quickly. And not this thing of this problem going on for month on month on month on month, and then 6 months down the line you've been paying. An accommodation provider is justified in asking, but you've been paying me for this person for the last 5 months, you're coming back now, you want me to pay you back. It creates a problem. So, I know it sounds very simplistic, but this notion of going back to basics and doing things in a step-by-step way helps to clear out all of the fog. So we've got a challenge to meet as NSFAS to make sure that these reconciliations are done monthly as well. Baba Mavundla, I do want to make this point. And I fully understand your frustration and the framing of the problem from where you're sitting, because that's a lived experience that you have. And I'm taking nothing from that. But I do need to state what the reality is in the true sense. Yes, all of the things that people spoke about in this room are true. And all of these frustrations affect our own people, black people. But when we process payment, that's not our consideration at all. What we need to do is to make sure that our processes are responsive to all the stakeholders we serve. There's a lot of accommodation providers that we deal with. Some of them we don't deal with as NSFAS. They deal with institutions directly. And you will find that most of the ones you're referring to are probably related to the institution and not NSFAS. So rest assured that that's not what we are trying to do. For as long as I'm in the front of the room at NSFAS, we will be doing everything possible to make sure that that does not become how we are seen by the world out there because of our inefficiencies. So, then there's an issue of maybe going back to that issue, Baba, about the students. The universities generally pay for a building. And that model does create some challenges because of its nature. And it does have its own advantages from an accommodation provider point of view. They pay for a building. There's so many beds in that building, they pay. Our legislation, we fund a student. So we pay for tuition at a university for a student. Hence, there's a difference in the treatment. If you are contracted to the university, you might find a slightly different model to NSFAS. And it is staying within the boundaries of the legislation there. Usisibusi talked about, came with a suggestion. One of the things I mark as a failure in my life is that when I was the Accountant General at National Treasury, in the last year, 12 months or so of my stay there, we had identified that our procurement framework in the country has got this 3-year contract philosophy, which doesn't work for certain types of procurement. Infrastructure, if you're going to help a municipality deal with the electricity infrastructure, you need to give a concession maybe of 20, 25 years and manage the relationship on that basis. So we needed to review the procurement framework. So the procurement legislation has been signed into law. I haven't really reviewed it to see if these weaknesses have been addressed. I hope they have, because now the process of drafting the regulations for that legislation is underway. I hope they have addressed these things, because there are things that even competitive bidding is not feasible because of the nature of what you're buying. But we had a one-size-fits-all procurement framework in the country. And I think those issues possibly have been addressed now. So while the suggestion does make sense, and probably this is one of the problems with the offtake agreements when you look at our procurement legislation. So given the current dispensation, it might be difficult, and I apologize that I haven't really looked at the new procurement legislation. So I can't really say that it would make it possible. But the point is well taken, and we will look at that. The deposit. If I pay you the deposit and then the student is not registered and therefore not funded, it becomes very tricky. But I would rather have a better system that ensures you are paid on time, so you don't have to wait for your payment, and not create a situation in which we then have to have those back and forth recoveries. So that is really, really important to do. So I guess, colleagues, the point of all of this for me has been enlightening, confirmed a lot of the things that I have been hearing from a distance, and the task that we now face as a team is to compile all of this. It might take a bit of time, but all of the questions that were raised today were recorded, and we would want to sort of edit, because the recording and the, what do they call it, the automatic transcription sometimes writes strange things. So we need to clean that up, and then we'll then put it on the website, because then it becomes the basis on which people can see these are the issues that were raised. But when we go to our strategy planning early next month, all of these lessons will be part and parcel of what we will be considering and saying, given all of these challenges, what then do we do? How do we organize ourselves? What do we focus on? What capacity do we need to build, to bring in order to help the organization? Now, I know I have already said to a lot of people, this is going to take place 1st of September, but things develop over time. You go to sleep today, things are like this, you wake up the following day, there's a new set of dynamics that you have to contend with. So some of the time frames in relation to that might shift, on the strategy side might shift, but on the activities that are planning for 2025, we have no choice but to push ahead with those and make sure that when change happens, then there is a process in place, there are systems in place to deal with that, and the backlog that we've been having has been dealt with. There was a point made about we've got huge resources as NSFAS. We manage 50 billion, yes. But the amount that is available for administration is far less than that. It's 0.7% of that amount. So we do need to have that perspective that when we talk about resource constraints from an administration point of view, from the running of the organization point of view, that perspective has to be understood, because then it helps the process as well, and it helps the understanding of the issues. I think most of the points that were raised, including dedicated response line for accommodation issues, are points that are well taken, and we'll be looking at those and seeing whether we can make any difference. I want to emphasize again, please, 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 those letters that you have, to the extent you haven't done anything about them, don't start. There is a decision that was made that unfortunately was never communicated publicly. Well, I cannot find evidence it was. Maybe that's how I should express it, because somebody might come and say it was. I cannot find evidence that it was communicated publicly. And that was reversing that decision. That is the reality of where we are. I know that this is not the time for questions, but I will indulge you, sir. And please, as I indulge you, I plead with the rest. Let him not inspire you. I know he's an inspirational person. Let him not inspire you, so that we can allow people to leave at the time when we had agreed. Thank you, sir. I'm not intimidating you.
I am being managed. I just feel like I'm being managed.
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity, and also accepting the fact that there is a lot of failure on the side of the administration. It's always good to speak to someone who acknowledges their shortcomings and who are willing to, to resolve whatever issues that needs to be resolved. My plea is I am detecting that, say, in your response to the letter or to the issue of take agreements, you are taking it very lightly. You are reporting on it very haphazardly. That's very dangerous, say. the department, your department, or your institution issued letters to the developers.
Yeah.
We've got commitments. I have went and raised $600 million US. So you can't just wake up in the morning and say, I revoke. No. And also, there's not been a communication, a clear, a proper communication. Say, I take it you are a very qualified and astute old man. And with your utterance, I've already read that you are a very learned person. And you understand the importance of timing in whatever that you say, and also the legal implication to that. So I will say to you, as one of the heads of departments within NSFAS, go back to your team, do proper communication, because what you are doing right now is very dangerous for you. Because the next thing that will happen, companies that have received these letters are just going to flock to you and sue NSFAS based on the information, or maybe based on the misinformation that you have just dispersed to us. I will advise to you, my good sir, go back to your department, as they had communicated to us developers in writing. Communicate properly in writing. Another very important thing, you spoke about the technicalities within the institution, that there were misfortunes, they were disregarding of the policies, this, that. That's none of our business, sir. That is why we've been, if you had listened to each and every person here, every issue points to administrative issues. And I am glad that you have noted that. And also hoping that our next meeting, or if we ever meet again, it will be, we will speak a completely different language, because it would have, you would have gone back with your team, sit down and address all these issues, because these are administrative issues. We should not even be having the discussion of these administrative issues. And on the issues of off-take, it's exactly the same thing as well. The administration of NSFAS need to do their processes correctly. We followed processes. So there should not be an announcement of this nature to say, I know we are cancelling those letters. Really? In such an institution, we just receive an announcement, no letter, no nothing. We have made, you called us and you said there is an issue of student accommodation. We said as developers, NSFAS, we can help. You don't even have to have money. We will go raise funds, we will build student accommodation. If that has changed, based on all the engagement that we embarked on with NSFAS, NSFAS honors is upon you. You are supposed to do to be cautious enough to send us letters to say, whatever engagement that we had, we are holding it up. Or if it's cancelling, state reasons why that is happening. Not the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I need to be clear. I am not cancelling anything. I'm just saying that as I looked into the issue as it was being raised, I discovered that that issue got closed much earlier in a particular manner. So this is not a decision coming out of this forum. I just need to be clear of that. This is not a decision coming out of this forum. This is just saying, and it's ensuring that no further action gets taken post today as a result of that letter. The points that you're making reference to, unfortunately, it's really unfortunate that we're in that situation. But thank you very much for all of those comments. It's appreciated. Colleagues, the only thing left for me is to thank all of you for agreeing to the call for us to meet and engage, for the honesty with which you've engaged with issues, and we undertake on our side that all of the issues that were raised, we will do our best to address them to the best of our ability, starting with specifically one most important pain point, that paying on time must happen. And that undertaking is the undertaking I'm leaving you with for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nomvalo. Thank you. I think that takes us to the end of today's session. We're still ongoing with these roadshows, and it was quite good to engage with KZN. We've learned a lot. Thank you very much. Stay safe, travel safe to home. Make sure you arrive well and safe. Thank you very much for the contribution. Nihambe kahle, Thixo abe nani, sibonge kakhulu.